So Steven Crowderd has been going on a bunch of anti-black rants, and Steven Crowderd is out here putting out false, debunked information to vilify black people and to justify the harm and the racism that is put upon us. But we're going to debunk that this evening, so y'all stay tuned.
The price of freedom is death. We're coming to get our check.
Black first, my beloved brothers and sisters, welcome to the Afro Relief YouTube channel. We have much to discuss this evening, so I hope you all lock in by first hitting that like button, subscribe, all of that stuff. We're going to be talking about the continued conversation of black fatigue, something that they've been saying lately. They've been saying the thing of black fatigue that doesn't exist. We've already made a live about that, so if you guys have not seen that, it's definitely a must-see, so you guys want to, after this, go and watch that. And I will put that in the comment section below, and I will put that there so you guys can see that. Hold on. What's going on? What's going on? Okay.
All right. All right, thank you. I don't know what's going on. My microphone was messed up, but I appreciate that. Hopefully I'm better now. Anyway, y'all make sure y'all watch that. There is much to discuss this evening, so we're going to get started because there's a lot to cover. So we're already going to get started with that. Yeah, just fix the microphone. Thank you all for looking out. I appreciate you all. Thank you. So as I'm doing that, what I need you guys to do, what I would appreciate for you all to do is to hit that like button. We'll be right back. I have to play the copyright disclaimer to establish to YouTube that everything we play thus forth is protected under the guise of fair use. All right. We'll be right back. You guys hit that like button. Y'all stay tuned. Copyright disclaimer. Under Section 107 of the Copyright Act 1976, allowance is made for fair use for purposes such as criticism, comment, news reporting, teaching, scholarship, and research. Fair use is a use permitted by copyright statute that might otherwise be infringing. Nonprofit, educational, or personal use tips the balance in favor of fair use. Okay, we can't have this conversation without first going on to talk about, because it is relevant, even though these situations are really not connected whatsoever, it is tied to a degree. It's tied because people are trying to use this as a justification. And when I say use this, I mean the situation with Carmelo Anthony. And now we've discussed Carmelo Anthony and the situation and the evidence that we've had and the evidence that we can verify multiple times on this channel. All right. So we've already discussed that, but we've had people who've gone on incredibly racist rants, and those people, that person is none other than Steven Crowderd. Steven Crowderd goes on an incredibly racist, anti-black rant about the situation involving Carmelo. And this is going to be relevant with his defense of Shiloh, because they're trying to say that because of what happened with Carmelo and Carmelo getting any bit of legal defense whatsoever and people not railroading him and everybody condemning him and saying that he is guilty without a fair trial is a justification for white people to be racist to black people. This is what they're claiming. So we're going to go into Steven's racist rant about Carmelo, all right, as he bashes Carmelo and by proxy bashes the entire black community, all right? So here we go.
You said that for the third, and I'm sorry, like you said, that for the 13-year-old, as a parent, you never want the child to have fear in their own home. Of course not. That is a huge. You should be pissed off at Carmelo. You should be absolutely furious with Carmelo.
And you should be furious with the black community. Let's be clear about this. Not all cultures are equal. And when people say something that you say is racist, they're not even talking about all 1 billion black people. I think it's 1.2 billion black people. They're talking about American black culture that venerates and praises gangbangers and WAPs. And I mean, there's nothing good. It used to be black culture. You're talking about the blues. You're talking about rock and roll. I get it. Elvis lifted it. We're sorry. Motown. That's not what's happening right now. It's not. It's a problem with the black. And by the way, the race hucksters who you hire.
Let me stop it right there. I mean, this man is on now. He had a whole live stream about it. Not going to play the whole live stream. He's on 10. He's not saying Carmelo is just the problem. He's saying we should not just be furious at Carmelo. We should be furious at the whole black community. And he's just going to say it. Not all cultures are equal, which is him saying that white culture is better than black culture. But let me not say that for him. Let me allow him to say that for himself.
You should look at the actions of your son. You should look at the crime statistics, which we'll get to, and acknowledge the statistical reality that white people are at significantly greater risk in being the victim of a crime at the hands of black people than the other way around. But ratio of like 12 to 1. It's not even close. At what point do we go, okay, you guys want to talk about the struggle? Well, what struggle? Are lynching? No, you guys are assaulting and killing white people in record numbers. And by the way, your own people, black people. What do you mean? Oh, you're being held up? No, there's affirmative action. Look at the grants in college. Look at DEI. Look at There's none of that for a guy like Austin Metcalf. I'm sorry. None of it. Laws are not being applied.
Austin Metcalf and guys like Austin Metcalf. I'm not going to say, I'm not going to deem Austin Metcalf. But the thing is that guys like Austin Metcalf, they don't need DEI. They don't need affirmative action. They have something way better, way more potent, way stronger, and that's white supremacy. They have white supremacy. They have privilege given, just bestowed upon them. Every single president has said this, okay, or has believed this and has pushed this. None of them has pushed back against it. Abraham Lincoln himself said that he doesn't believe in the equality of the races, and he would see to it that the superior position is assigned to the white man. This is what they believe, that the superior position is assigned to them, and they feel that they have a right to it. And anything that infringes upon their right to have dominance and supremacy is a right to their humanity. This is what they feel. So Austin Metcalf, and I'm not even trying to say this about him as an individual, but I'm saying this about the society in general. They don't need, white men specifically, don't need a DEI, don't need an affirmative action, even though in ways they do benefit from that stuff. White women, which is their women, benefit from most of that stuff anyway, but they have white privilege, okay? Because you can't name another Kyle Rittenhouse. You can't name that, okay? That's more than anything DEI can pull off. That's more than anything that affirmative action can pull off. You can't name a non-white version of Daniel Penny. That's more than anything DEI can pull off or affirmative action. And remember, I said the name Daniel Penny too, because that's going to be relevant a little bit later. Just remember I said Daniel Penny. Keep that in your mind, okay? Keep that in your mind. Let's continue.
Equal. You know what happens when you do that? When you absolve people of accountability on a little thing here and a little thing there and a little thing here. No, you don't need the same SAT score. No, you don't need the same extracurriculars. You know what? Yeah, we'll let you steal up to $950. You know what? Yeah, catch and release. Guess what? You absolve them of accountability on the little things, and you have a group of people, largely young black men like Carmelo Anthony, who believe that they can avoid accountability on all things. Those threats she mentioned, by the way, not confirmed by the police, contrary to the swatting of the...
Now, he was referring to the press conference that the parents said that they were receiving threats. And he's saying it's not been confirmed by the police, even though we've seen them. We've literally seen the threats we've literally seen videos and threats online. We've seen that. So, okay. Now he's trying to deny it, but there's no need to deny it because we've seen that.
Metcalf family. Yeah. The Anthonys also had a give, send, go for their son, the murderer, which raised $550,000 so far. Though, to be fair, they did lose $20,000 with their Take, Steal, Loot fund. That didn't go as...
gave you money!
Okay. The Take, Steal, Loot fund. Okay. All right. That's interesting. Now, I want you guys to pay very close attention to the standard he is setting. Carmelo has not been convicted of anything, yet he is calling him a murderer. He's saying that all of this stuff. Just let him continue.
The donations include comments like this on their Give, Send, Go. I support your son. It's difficult raising black males in this country. Thank you for standing strong for your family. Is it difficult, though? Is it difficult, though, with a Yukon and a Lexus and a cruise and a Vegas vacation and a $900,000 house? Is it that difficult to make sure that the kid doesn't become a part of the statistical reality?
Okay. He's talking about a Lexus and a trip to Vegas and all of this. This is the pocket watching. This is one of the reasons why they're upset. Because the Anthony family, they're not like big celebrities. It's not like this is the LeBron James family or Beyonce's family or some big celebrity or anything like that. These are just a successful black couple who's married and they have money and they can enjoy life. And they're upset with this. Notice all of this pocket watching doesn't get done anytime anybody else who's not black is on the case. It's all of this. There's nothing wrong with having a Lexus. There's nothing wrong with having a nice car. There's nothing wrong with this. Yet there's all these little subtle jabs at their income. There's all these little subtle jabs at the fact that they have money. Okay. And you can't say that before this incident, Carmelo was a problem whatsoever. This man is out. Lord. Okay. Hold on. Sorry, y'all. Hold on. Sorry about that. This call. You can't say before this incident that Carmelo was a problem whatsoever. This man has saved a life. This young man has saved a life. He was an honor student. He was going to college, had extracurricular things. This is one of the things that they're so upset about, is because prior to this incident, they don't have anything on him. It's not like there's this long rap sheet of arrest records. It's not like it's none of this stuff that they can prove. They can't even prove anything on his family. And you know they would go there if they could, but they can't. They can't prove anything on his dad, anything on his mom, any people he was involved in whatsoever. They can't prove none of this stuff whatsoever. This is the thing that they're mad, but they're still, I want you guys to understand, they're still calling him a thug. They're still saying that he's a thug and damn near a gang member. So I want this message to be very clear to everybody out here, all of the black folk who be all like, we do be doing crimes and we do gotta stop, and how they gonna respect us if we don't respect ourselves? It doesn't matter how good you are. It doesn't matter how great your grades are, how much you participate in the community, all of the work that you've done, how well put together you are, how well put together your family is. They can be married, all of that stuff. You will still be labeled a thug, because thug isn't the requirement for you as a black person, in particular, a black man, to be labeled a thug. Is not you being a criminal. I want you to understand that. That's not the requirement. Oftentimes, they will say if you do a crime, you are a thug, but that's not the requirement. The requirement is just you being a black male. You being a black male by default to them makes you a thug. No matter how much good you do, no matter how much you contribute to society, no matter how innocent you are a thug because you are a black male. That is it. That is all. Let's continue.
Stabbing an innocent white kid. Is it really that difficult? Hey, you know who doesn't think it's that difficult? Most white people in this country. You guys see the beating that was administered at Temple recently? I'm just going to come out and say it. Most white folks don't fight like that. Do you know that? Most white folks don't jump on a poor black guy like a jackal in the middle of the street and beat the shit out of him. But they're not emulating the same kind of culture. Now, at one point, you might have had the Jets and the Sharks, but some of them were Puerto Rican, so half of them were white. My point is, it's a different culture. Someone posted this, too, sending this because Zimmerman was able to defend himself. Quotations. He did defend himself. Oh, wait, you mean it's not defending yourself? When a guy has mounted you and is pounding your head into the pavement? I guess I'm a little murky on the rule book of self-defense. Didn't this son claim self-defense?
Yeah.
Touch me and see what happens? Okay. What if Metcalf was on top of your son, bouncing his head off the pavement like a basketball, which was happening to Zimmerman? I don't care if he was a dick afterwards. We're talking about self-defense. This guy said, Zimmerman was able to defend himself, and so was Kyle and every other police officer who killed our people. Great. Name them. Let's do that. Name them. Every other police officer. Just pull the names out. Give me 5. Give me 5 names. We should be able to defend ourselves as well. From what? From being asked to move? See, the reason I'm reading this is this.
Notice how he frames it as well, too. This is the lack, and these are the people who talk about accountability all the time. This is one of the things that I want to make clear, and this is why we have to do our job and speak truth to power here. For everybody who's all like, black people, we do need to take accountability, like them, these people cannot tell the truth to save their life. To save their life. If they had a disease that would kill them the next day, and they said, sir, there's no cure in the world for this disease. I'm sorry, if you do not tell the truth, you're gonna die. They would die. They can't do it. It's something in their DNA or something. They just can't do it. Notice how he frames the situation. He was stabbed to death by telling somebody to move. So you're just going to omit the fact that this man literally tried to physically throw him out the tent. This man physically assaulted him. You're just going to admit that. So he's just going to go up to him like, hey, sir, you're in the wrong spot. And then bam, the stab happened. So nothing happened in between. Even according to his own twin, something happened in between. But that's not what Steven is going to say. Steven's not going to say that, because that would defeat the narrative that Austin did anything wrong whatsoever. And all of the blame was on Carmelo. But pay attention to the standard he's setting, because it's going to be important a little bit later. And I hope that you all, I really do, hope that you all are hitting that like button. I really, really do.
This echoes the culture that allows someone like Carmelo Anthony to think he can be a piece of shit and get away with it. Here's another comment. I will always support black bodies as we continue to be attacked by this yet-to-be United States of America. Really? Yet-to-be United States of America? Let me give you a few realities here as far as crime statistics. Black Americans, okay? Black Americans, they kill white Americans at 12 times the rate that white Americans kill black Americans.
Let me zoom in. Let me zoom in a little bit. We're gonna go over those numbers. Okay, we're gonna fact check what he had to say a little bit later. So he says that black Americans kill white Americans at 12 times the rate. Okay. All right.
Americans. References available, and I'm going by rote here. If you know this, actually, an armed white man is far more likely to be shot by the cops than an armed black.
Well, that's because the armed white man is far more likely to shoot the cops.
Man.
Yep.
The stat they use is unarmed black men. Here's why. Black men also commit assaults on police officers far more than white people. Did you know that?
Is that true? That's true. So the people who kill more cops are white people, but the people who assault more cops are black people. Okay. Yeah, that makes total sense.
Did you know that? So if it's a standoff and they're armed and it's not someone beating the shit out of a cop, a white guy's more likely to be shot. Everything they tell you is based on a lie to justify racism.
Everything they tell us is based on a lie to justify racism. So, just to verify what he had to say and verify all of you, because we do fact checking over here. We don't spread lies and misinformation and propaganda. So we're going to go to the source that he just cited. We're going to go to that. The source what source did he just cite? It was this source where it was saying that I hate the fact that it does it like this. Let me make it a little bit bigger for you guys. Okay. So we're going to go down here, not going to read the whole thing. This is where he was quoting from, where it says, in 2019, for example, 3,299 white Americans were murdered, 566 or 17% were killed by black predators. Oh, it says that same year, 2,906 black Americans were murdered. 246 or 8% were killed by white predators. Adjusting for population size, there are far more whites in America, 235 million, than blacks, 47 million. This means that approximately out of every million white Americans killed a black person in 2019, while 12 out of every million black Americans killed a white person. Such numbers are reflective of a norm. Every year from 2001 on, the number of black on white killing is approximately doubled the number of white on black killings. When it comes to violent crime generally, the sad truth applies. In 2019, there were 562,550 reported violent black/white incidents, and then it says it was 472,570 were black on white, 84%. Wow, that's very interesting statistics. That's very interesting statistics right there. I'm pretty sure that there is no bias whatsoever here. It says the Times Republican. I'm pretty sure. But we have to ask questions. We have to ask questions about the source, right? We do have to ask questions about the source to find out where this information came from. We should. So let's find out where this information came from. So we're just gonna go up a little bit. We're gonna go up a little bit and find out where this information came from. And okay, Ben Shapiro. Oh wow. Oh yeah, he doesn't have any black biased at all. This man is not a well-known white supremacist whatsoever. I can't believe that we would have yeah, okay, sure. Ben Shapiro came up with this. So this is Steven Crowderd, a white supremacist, quoting another white supremacist. Yeah, okay, yeah. I'm pretty sure Ben Shapiro fact-checked all of this stuff, and there is absolutely no bias whatsoever, despite the fact that Ben Shapiro has sided with every single killing of a black person. There's not a single time a black person has been killed where Ben Shapiro has not sided with the killer. I'm sure. Of course. Yeah, Ben Shapiro. Really, Stephen? So we have to ask this question, right? It's a very important question. If black Americans kill more white Americans, if it was just this attack on white people by black people, it's 12 times as much, not a little bit, but 12 times as much. Why do we see the hate crimes of black Americans be at the highest rate? Wouldn't the hate crimes of white Americans be at the highest rate? Why do we have the highest rate of hate crimes if we're the ones attacking everybody else? Explain how that makes sense. So let's go to this other source, and this source is less biased. Not saying it's not biased whatsoever, but it's less biased because this is actually a government source. So pulling up an actual government source, this is justice.gov. Okay. We're not going to spend too much time looking at all of the data, but we're going to go down and look at some of the key findings right here when it comes to the hate crimes. So we're just talking about the hate crimes, and this was in 2023. Now, what Ben Shapiro was quote unquote citing was in 2019. Okay, this is what they said in 2023, and then they said in September 2024. So they gathered all this in September 2024, and this was from the hate crime statistics of 2023. So we're going to go to the key findings. It says increase in hate crimes. The data reveals that hate crime incidents increased by 228 in 2023, where 11,862 cases, which is, y'all already know for a fact, all of this is underreported. All of the hate crimes go underreported. We all know that for a fact. And continue to say, compared to 11,634 in 2022. So the hate crimes rose in 2023. Okay, it rose. It continues to say race-based crimes. Very important, very important. Race-based crimes. It says hate crimes rooted in race, ethnicity, or ancestry remains the most common. There were 5,900 reported incidents in 2023. And we all know, now this is coming from the government, y'all. This is coming from the FBI. Okay. But we know that this number is still underreported. So if you ask me my personal opinion, we need to triple this number. But let's just go with what they say here. It says anti-Black or African American, which we would say foundation Black American, incidents make up more than half of these incidents, 51.3%, and were more than 3 times higher than the next highest racial or ethnic category. So pretty much damn near all of the hate crimes, we overwhelmingly are victims of hate crimes. According to the actual government, we are. Not some biased racist Ben Shapiro who's citing some skewed statistics to make it seem like Black people out here attacking white people. Okay? And then they talk about religious-based hate crimes, and we make more, we have a higher number of hate crimes than they do. Yet they're the ones who get the protections from it. They're the ones who get the protections. Now, what's interesting about this is that this man, Steven, if I can call him a man, was out here going on this huge rant about how the Black community should be ashamed of their support of Carmelo. And it was not self-defense whatsoever. You couldn't call this self-defense. This is a reflect on culture, and all cultures are not considered equal. That's what he said, right? That's what he said. Okay. So my question, you guys know, I like to ask questions. My question is, where was this energy with Daniel Penny? Because remember, Steven, this was your response.
This is who they are. Yeah. Jasmine Crockett, Texas, said, this is more than a miscarriage of justice. It is a green light for more violence against unarmed Black Americans.
How do you know he's unarmed?
That's a good point. How do you know he's unarmed? Hold on a second. If nothing is done, so then what would 42 arrests in 10 years and an active warrant out for this person while this person has punched two elderly citizens in the face and kidnapped a 7-year-old girl? Is that a green light to continue doing that shit? Because that's what it seems like to me. That's why people are mad in America. Seems like to me, you kidnap one 7-year-old, shame on, no, that's right, shame on you, you don't get out. How about that? Where's your line for your green light? How many times? How many arrests? Does it have to be 43? 46? 52? When do you think you're giving the green light?
Now, keep this in mind. Everybody's bringing up his criminal record, his criminal past. When I talk about Jordan Neely's criminal record and criminal past, none of that, just like what I was talking about when it came to George Floyd, none of that is relevant on that day. Because Daniel Penny was not out here as a bounty hunter looking for Jordan Neely. Okay? Daniel Penny had no idea, not a clue in the world who Daniel Penny was before he got on that train, while he was on that train, or while he had him in the chokehold. He had no idea who he was. So none of his criminal past or anything is relevant to the actions and behaviors of Daniel Penny, because he didn't know that. So it doesn't matter. None of this stuff matters. Only what happened on that train matters. That's the only thing that matters. But he's trying to justify what Daniel Penny did by bringing up a lot of these things. And some of the stuff I think they're really adding on or making up. But he's trying to justify that with things that are not relevant. All right. Continuing.
Tell you when I'm giving it. The minute you put someone in fear of their own life, intentional or not, the minute
I want you to keep this in mind. This dude goes on a crazy rant bashing Carmelo Anthony and the community and our culture by saying all cultures are not created equal. Now look at the standard he has for Daniel Penny.
When do you think you're giving the green light? I'll tell you when I'm giving it. The minute you put someone in fear of their own life, intentional or not, the minute you put your fellow American in fear of their own life. Hey, you ask for my wallet in the street, guess what? You forfeit your right to live. You have any idea how many people get mugged and get shot, left for dead because someone's done a little too much PCP? I don't know that you're down on your luck and you just need some money for a Wendy's chili. I couldn't possibly know that, just like I can't know that you are unarmed.
Now that's an interesting standard, don't y'all think? This man says the second you ask him for his wallet, the second you try to mug him, you forfeit your right to live. You forfeit your right to live by trying to rob somebody of their wallet. The second you make, he said, intentional or unintentional. Even if you unintentionally, which, I mean, that opens up a big can of worms. That's a slippery slope right there. Even if you unintentionally make someone fear for their life, then that means you have forfeit your right to live. This is what he's saying, because you don't know if somebody has a weapon. You don't know if somebody's on PCP. You don't know if somebody's going to physically harm you. Okay. Now, that's the energy y'all have with Daniel Penny. But then when it comes to Carmelo, who actually was assaulted. Okay, let's just keep this in mind. Let's put this in its proper context. Daniel Penny was not assaulted. Daniel Penny was not harmed in any way. Daniel Penny was not even said anything to by Jordan Neely. Jordan Neely wasn't even facing Daniel Penny's direction, which is why he was able to jump on his back. But he unintentionally caused him to fear for his safety, and that warrants Daniel Penny taking his life. But Carmelo Anthony, even though he warned Austin multiple times to keep his hands to himself, and he refused to do so, and he only stabbed him one time so he can leave, he's a murderer. He's a cold-blooded killer, and the community should not support him. We should all be ashamed. That's the standard you want to have. That's the standard he has. That's the standard. That's his standard. Okay?
You play the knockout game, you forfeit your right to live. You know why? Because I could hit my head in the concrete. Or I could be unconscious, and you could then rape my woman. You could kidnap my child if you're a Jordan Neely copycat.
Right.
You forfeit your right to live.
Okay. All right. Well, with that standard, you're not going to say that, Austin, and I'm not saying it. I'm saying, Steven, you're saying it. With this standard that you set, because you set this before, you filmed this in December. You can see the Christmas trees behind them. You said if somebody does something intentional or unintentional that causes you to fear for your life, they forfeit their right to live. Well, Austin Metcalf did something that made Carmelo fear for his life. And by your standards, Steven, that made Austin forfeit his right to live. This is what Steven said. See, this is the problem that the white supremacists are having, is that they have the double standard of I'm white and I say so. They're losing that power of the I'm white and I say so. When we saw Daniel Penny get off, they was all like, oh no, that's completely justified. That was self-defense. He feared for his safety, even though he was not touched, even though he was not even said anything to, even though the person who he choked to death wasn't even looking at him. He still feared for his safety, and he is 100% justified. Not only is he justified, he is a patriot, and he is a hero, and he should be praised as a hero of the subway. The New York subway should make a statue in his name. That's what they should do. He is a hero. Okay. So if this is what self-defense looks like, then you're going to have to give an actual case of self-defense a pass. You have to. Because, Steven, you just said that if they fear for their life, not that it has to be rational. Now, I want y'all to keep this in mind. For everybody who was talking about Carmelo, oh, it's not proportionate. It's not proportionate. You got to have self-defense is only if it's proportionate. They said that, right? Self-defense is only if it's proportionate. Okay. Is Steven saying that? He's saying if you try to mug him, you forfeit your right to live. He's not saying it has to be proportionate. Notice when white people are afraid or when white people feel like they've been put upon or anything like that, their force never has to be proportionate. But they're saying that Carmelo's force had to be proportionate. Okay, all right. But this is the standard of the white supremacists.
Doesn't mean you deserve execution. Let me be really clear. But you forfeit your right to live if you put someone in a situation where they have to defend life.
And I want y'all to see, how many times has he said you forfeit your right to live? This is like the third or fourth time this man has driven the point home that if you do anything like this, you forfeit your right to live. He said this several times.
Limb. And it shouldn't happen dozens of times. Even if you want to say there were some BS arrests because he was black, which I'm sure, yeah, that's the case in New York. You can't find any racial justice activists and prosecutors or public defendants in New York. Okay, cut that number of 40-something arrests down to 20. Just cut it down to the violent felonies, the violent crimes that we have seen. When do you take accountability for your green light?
Okay. You see the standard of the white supremacists, right? Now, I want you to keep this in mind. And I played this to show the hypocrisy. Okay. So anybody doubting about, well, Carmelo, he didn't have to do, I don't think he should have did all that. Now, he shouldn't have did all that. Okay. Well, when Daniel Penny did it, they said not only did they defend him and send millions of dollars to his GoFundMe, they called him a hero for doing it. All we're saying is, well, based off of the situation, when we contextualize the situation and we look at the information that's been confirmed, we don't think that we don't think that this is first degree murder at all. This is a case of self-defense. And you should have the funds in order to get the legal defense that you need to defend yourself and represent you. That's all we're saying. But this is the standard, right? Now, all of this goes into the situation with Shiloh. So let's give a little update about what's going on with Shiloh. Shiloh came up with an update. Shiloh Hendricks came out with an update.
When I first found out that the park video was going viral, it was terrifying, but not surprising, because obviously he was recording me. It was going to get out there at some point. I did not realize I was going to have so much support and have all of you people rally around me and have my back in this situation. And it was very overwhelming. And I am so grateful for you all for that. When this first happened and I went on X and I saw Anglo-Saxon Girl had posted my video, I messaged her and I was like, hey, that's me, just kind of needing somebody like-minded to talk to. And of course, she didn't know it was me, so we went through the whole process of, proving who I was. And that's when we kind of got the whole fundraiser started and set up. And yeah, the rest of that is history. I also just want to say how proud I am of everybody and just showing what can happen if we tribe up and if we stick together and if we keep fighting back.
She said, what would happen if we tribe up and we stick together? Okay. If we tribe up and we stick together. Okay. And we fight back. Now, mind you, this woman is famous for doing nothing but abusing a 5-year-old child. A 5-year-old black child. She raised an autistic 5-year-old black child. Okay, let me be 100% correct. She racially abused a 5-year-old black child with autism. And has the nerve to say this is us, quote unquote, fighting back.
Our future, our existence depends on standing up for ourselves and not backing down. And we just have to keep on going. There's no other option. I mean, what else are we going to do? You can't be afraid of words. Don't be afraid of the people who are so fragile to a word.
Don't be afraid of people who are so fragile of a word. Okay. Hold on. Okay. So she's not backing down. She's not backing down. She's not backing down. She's standing on it. She's standing on it. Whatnot. Okay. Let's get to some of the super chats real quick. I appreciate y'all. Let's get to some of the super chats. My brother, Tell It Like It Is, says, I'm a guy that. I'm assuming that's a typo. I'm a guy that. It says, the privilege to deny privilege regarding documented history. That's true. Regarding documented history. These people are crashing out, and their ancestors will be paying them a visit soon. They are. Notice the anger that they're getting by us being on code. Us being on code infuriates them. It pisses them off. Funa Faye says, hey, Afro, play the video of him threatening his wife from that Ring camera footage while she was pregnant. Let's see who's the real thug. I don't have that video. I don't know where I looked for it. I don't know where to find it. I did look for it. Thank you for the super chat. I appreciate you, but I don't know where to find it. If somebody could like DM it to me and send that to me real quick, I can play it, but he did do that. And that's why he had a very nasty divorce, a terrible divorce. And I think he got into it with Candace Owens about that. You know, because Candace Owens called him out about his divorce. He's a despicable person. And his former wife knows that too, which is why his family's in shambles, because nobody respects this type of person. All right. But I don't have that video. I would play, but I don't have it. But thank you. And then FBA Justice says, lying about stats or about racist attacks on us won't change the fact that we will defend ourselves. B1, that won't? Yeah, you're absolutely right. The racists hate the fact that they can't get away with it anymore. They do. And all of this lying and all of this stuff just shows their desperation. It shows their desperation, because the thing is that you guys are trying to lie and put yourself in this victim mode, and y'all trying to make yourselves out to be the victims of black people when y'all getting caught every other day victimizing black people on camera. Your numbers does not dispute the fact that we have the video on camera. We have the police reports and the real data on camera. Y'all can have y'all alt-right websites, Ben Shapiro and whatever the case is, making these little faux websites, faux news websites. That's not going to change anything. And it's not going to change how we're going to respond to your racist attacks. It definitely won't. Now, Steven Crowderd, and I got to say, I don't know what he thought he was doing with this type of facial hair. I really do not know what he thought he was doing with this facial hair. He calls out the situation, and we talked about this briefly with Piers Morgan, and he calls out Piers Morgan for essentially, I guess, attacking Lillian. So he went on to defend Lillian and all of that, and Piers Morgan invites him on his platform. That's what happens. So we're gonna play that. We're gonna see what's going on with it. We're gonna see what's going on. All right. See what's going
Scream the N-word at a child any more than I think at a grown. I don't think that someone should scream the N-word at a child any more than I think a grown adult should call a child a piece of shit. Now, I do think that if you're talking about the money raised, we are now dealing with the reaction and not with the action that has led to it. I was raised, and I want to be clear about this, and I know I'll be told that I don't know anything about the black experience, so I'm not saying from you, but people will watch this and say, you couldn't possibly know. In a post-racial America, by the way, largely Canada, the most recognizable faces on earth, Michael Jordan, Mike Tyson, Michael Jackson, okay, that one's a half one. The point is, our greatest export was culture in America, celebrated our black celebrities. I didn't think about watching Fresh Prince or
Okay, first off, we're not in a post-racial America, because you got Michael Jackson and Mike Tyson does not make this a post-racial America.
with my close black friends. But today, when you look at this, this is a reaction to white people. And this is important. And if you want to know what the reaction is, look at Gen Z voting males, in particular, Hispanic males, who we've been told, including by Dr. Hill, should be natural allies of the black community. When you're a white person in this country and it's, hey, you don't know the lived experience, but I know yours. When it's, hey, if you move into an area, that's gentrification. But if you leave, it's white flight. It's, hey, sit down and shut up. And then it's silence is violence. It's, hey, you can't use empirical in making an argument about neighborhoods regarding crime data, but you also can't say you have a black friend, which, by the way, is a completely legitimate defense against racism. The only...
Okay. We're going to slow it down because we got to break it down, y'all. We got to break it down. So he says that white flight, if you move into a neighborhood, that's gentrification. But if you move out, that's white flight. Taking a lot out of the context with that one. Taking the fact that where you all move, the resources goes. Okay. When you move into a neighborhood, you pushing black people out of the neighborhood. That is gentrification. All right. When the neighborhood, first off, y'all don't just move into the neighborhood. The government, the state and the city starts priming the pump to purge black people out of the neighborhood more and more before white people move in. I want you guys to understand with gentrification, it's not like white people just start moving into the neighborhood. You start to see changes in the neighborhood and black people get pushed out of the neighborhood, and then the real estate starts to raise and the property value and all of that, and then you start to see white people go in. And then when you see white flight, that means when black people move into nicer neighborhoods and there are more black people starting to move into nicer neighborhoods, then white people start moving out of those neighborhoods. And then when white people start moving out of those neighborhoods because they're white, which means they're valuable according to this society, that means the property taxes and the investment in the city and the government in that neighborhood goes down. That's what that means. Then he says you can't look at empirical data when it comes to crime in neighborhoods. Nobody is saying that. But when we are saying look at the data, you guys are trying to put the label of black on it. You're not trying to say good neighborhoods or bad neighborhoods. You're trying to say black. And then he says really one of the most egregious things, which is I can't mention I have a black friend, even though having a black friend is a legitimate case against racism. So you can't say, according to Steven, you can't call somebody a racist if they have a black friend. This is exactly what he just said. Let me play it back, just in case you guys might have missed it, because he said it kind of fast. He said, if you have a black friend, you're not racist.
Important. And if you want to know what the reaction is, look at Gen Z voting males, in particular, Hispanic males, who we've been told, including by Dr. Hill, should be natural allies of the black community. When you're a white person in this country and it's, hey, you don't know the lived experience, but I know yours. When it's, hey, if you move into an area, that's gentrification. But if you leave, it's white flight. It's, hey, sit down and shut up. And then it's silence is violence. It's, hey, you can't use empirical in making an argument about neighborhoods regarding crime data, but you also can't say you have a black friend, which, by the way, is a completely legitimate defense against racism. The only way to win is not to play. And so...
Okay. That's a completely legitimate defense about racism. All right. And I want you to keep this in mind. All of this whole thing about white people being oppressed and white people being this and white people being that, all of this is in a defense of Shiloh Hendricks. For someone, a racist woman who unapologetically called a 5-year-old autistic black child, damn near a baby, the N-word. Okay. This is not just for what we've been going, a situation where the white person in said situation is innocent whatsoever. Okay. Not whatsoever. But let's continue.
People aren't even talking. And I want to make one last point. I do a segment on this show called Black and White and the Gray Issues, where I will, as Dr. Hill does, go into barbershops, go into black neighborhoods, and discuss these issues with them. And not once has anyone accused me of a whiff of racism. What white people are afraid of in this country, and the reason they're not having a dialogue, is the game of telephone and someone in the media telling a community that they should be experiencing an affront. And that leads to more racial division. It doesn't end anywhere good.
Okay, but let me
so it's not
respond to that.
accountability. It's false outrage.
If you don't mind me saying, you're being slightly distracting from the actual story, which to me should be an open and shut case. Whether you're on the left or the right, it should not be difficult to watch footage of a white woman repeating repeatedly using the N-word at an adult black male and then using it at a 5-year-old black child. Obviously, any human being, it seems to me, with any understanding of the history of the United States of America, should be able to say that is completely unacceptable and not go into some long speech about this, this, and this. It just is wrong.
Didn't I say you shouldn't say it?
Right. So I think we have to agree certain parameters.
Shouldn't say it.
So
let's not ask how we got here.
Okay, certain parameters. So we just say that is completely wrong. Right. And then we move on to, is it right that she's now had hundreds of thousands of dollars in donations to support her? I say again, that is completely ridiculous and outrageous. And it's being whipped up by a fake kind of moral equivalence. Well, you know what? People are racist about white people, so of course we should support her. No, just take a line in the sand and say, if you use the N-word against black people, you are being racist. If you're white, you know you're being racist, you shouldn't do it, and you should face consequences when you do it. And your first reaction, if you're somebody else involved who's white looking at that story, shouldn't be, here's some of my money to help you, you poor victim. She wasn't the victim. The victim was the 5-year-old black child that she racially abused, and the adult black person she racially abused. We should all be able to say, yes, that is what happened there. There's no equivalence. There's no ambiguity. There's no, you know what, maybe this story, this. No, let's just have a clear line in the sand and say that is wrong. That is racism. End. Surely?
No. Now, do you want to know which part I disagree with?
You see, no, just no. Straight up no. And this isn't me saying that Piers Morgan is not anti-black, because Piers Morgan has done multiple anti-black things before in the past. Even with the argument, or even with the false comparison of trying to make it seem like Carmelo Anthony's situation is straight up equivalent. I want you to see, all he said is that it should be abundantly obvious, it should be clear that all you got to do is say you should condemn a racist white adult racially victimizing an autistic 5-year-old black child, whether you're on the left or the right. It's not about politics. There's no deeper conversation. There's no deeper rabbit hole or context. Because I want you to keep this in mind, y'all. I want you to keep this in mind. Shiloh didn't say, I did this to fight on behalf of white people, and I did this for my race, and I did this for free speech, and I did. These people are making this argument. Steven Crowderd, Lily Coleman, her real name, Lily Coleman. Who else? Who else said that? Who else said that? Myron Gaines, all of these people. These people are making this argument on her behalf. When she made this Gifts and Go, when she was making this video, she wasn't saying, I'm representing free speech and I'm representing the right to stand up for myself and stand up for whiteness. She's not doing anything. These people are trying to make her the representatives of white power that she isn't. She's just a racist woman, and they're trying to empower her because they feel that white power is starting to slip away. They are fragile. That's what they are. And I got your video. Thank you very much. I got your video, and I'll play it. Yeah, the Hodge twins as well too. Who else? Who else? The Hodge twins, I'm sure. The Matt Walsh, he did that. All of them was out here doing the same thing. Now, you just straight up no, unapologetically no. Now, if somebody did this to his child, he wouldn't be sitting up there trying to make it seem like there's some deeper justified meaning to it. And I want you to keep this in mind. Officer Tatum, that's another one. That's another person, right? That's another one. And I want you to keep this in mind. They are trying to do this and put themselves in the victim category. Now, we're not saying that our support of Carmelo, keep this in mind, very important, follow me. We're not saying that our support of Carmelo is based off of their support of Daniel Penny. We're not saying that our support of Carmelo is based off of their support of Kyle Rittenhouse. We're not saying that our support of Carmelo is based off of their support of George Zimmerman. The whole thing of black people have betrayed us, these people have been supported by the tunes of millions of dollars. We haven't given the Carmelo Anthony family millions of dollars on something that is an obvious case of self-defense. These people have provided people who instigated, in all three of these people, they all instigated a situation because they were looking for problems, all of them. None of these three people were sitting up there at home, or none of these people whatsoever were just minding their business. Yet all of them got paid by the dominant society. All of them were told, the media was out here making it seem like these people were heroes and they were done wrong by the black people. And these are heroes and their stories need to be told and all this and that. By million. And here, and the thing is that we're not saying that, oh, we're gonna get back at you. I want y'all to understand, everything we do, every time we create a little bit of justice or there's a slight bit of justice, they want to stuff that out immediately. They want to snuff that immediately. Because we're not saying, oh, well, you know what? Since y'all supported Kylo Rittenhouse and y'all supported Daniel Penny, I'm going to support a black person no matter what. That's not what we're saying. What we're saying is, when we look at the evidence, when we look at the case, when we look at the details, it seems, based off of what we see, that this is not a case of first degree. This is a case of self-defense, and he deserves to have a fair trial. That's all we're saying. And all we're saying is, as a community who's historically not been given a fair trial in comparison to our white counterparts, we as a community are going to make sure that this young man has a fair trial. That's all we're doing. That's all we're doing. There's no murals out here of Carmelo Anthony, no statues or anything of Carmelo Anthony. We're saying, well, he deserves a fair trial. Now, that's the same thing y'all said Daniel Penny deserved, didn't he? That's the same thing y'all said that Kyle Rittenhouse deserved, didn't you? That's the same thing y'all said George Zimmerman deserved, didn't you? So what exactly makes the standard different with Carmelo Anthony? What makes that standard different? Okay. But I'm going to continue.
Yes.
Certainly not the part that I already agreed with. Shouldn't yell the N-word at a black person 5 years old or 50 years old. But the reason for the GoFundMe amount, you can simply dismiss it and say those people are racist. Or I am telling you that you are seeing a statistical reality emerge where, by and large, the rejection of countries like where you and I are from, the policing of speech, and the out-of-context use of boogeymen words to try and destroy people's livelihoods, where white people are going, yeah. The conversation, though, isn't that you shouldn't do that. We all know that. The conversation is, I can lose my job if I sing along to my favorite hip-hop album, whether Enter the Wu-Tang or Kanye's College Dropout. That's the conversation. And you have people who are tired of it being used as a cudgel.
You know what you're sounding like, Stephen? You know what you're sounding like?
Okay. And I don't like Piers Morgan's response to this. But he's on the context. But the thing is that that's not who you all are funding. You all are not funding somebody who was accidentally, rapping along to one of their favorite songs that happened to have the N-word in it. You guys are funding a woman who racially abused a child. Now, Steven is trying to make this crazy argument. He's talking from both sides of his neck. He's trying to make the crazy argument that context matters in the defense of a woman who's using it in the context of a slur. That's what he's saying. So context matters. So according to Steven, if context matters, and he's rationalizing what she did, so you can use, if you're upset, you can use a slur against children, according to Steven, because this is the standard that he is setting. This is the standard he's setting. And all of the white supremacists and the massa-loving bootlicks, that's all what they're saying. That if white people are upset, they can do whatever. And this is because their dominance has been threatened, according to them. This is what they're saying.
You're sounding like the woke right, a phenomenon I didn't even know existed. But then I've been reading and writing about it. You've been labeled the woke right. And here you are, to me, I say this respectfully, sounding like a paid-up member of the woke right. Because what you're trying to do is say there is some equivalence. I remember a Sonority girl who had been singing along to a Kanye record, which included the N-word. And she was caught on camera at a party singing the chorus, which was the N-word. And she sang it, and she then got into all sorts of trouble and got suspended and so on and so on. To me, there is absolutely, you talk about context, there is no similarity between what happened there, which was ridiculous, and what happened in that playground with that woman deliberately and malevolently racially abusing black people. There's no similarity there. They are completely different things and should be treated completely differently. I think anyone, white or black, should look at the white girl at college who is caught on camera singing a chorus to a #1 hit record, which happens to include the N-word. She should not be punished for that. She might have somebody explain to her, you know what, blah, blah, blah. Okay, but there's no equivalence between that and what happened in that playground. Because you talk about context. The context of the one in the playground was to be deliberately racist.
Well, the context of the playground was that her child was having another child steal from her child's bag, and she was upset. And again, it still doesn't make it right, but let's also provide some context. The point that I was addressing was you labeling everyone who gave to the Give, Send, Go. By the way, I've also never been labeled woke, right? That's very, very silly. $782,000, I believe, give or take. Maybe it's $882,000. But hold on a second. You say that every single person who is giving to that is the equivalent of the person yelling the N-word at a 5-year-old.
I didn't say that.
No.
That's not what he said. That's not what he said. He's taking it out of context. Now listen to this, y'all.
No, I didn't say that.
Hold on.
No, I didn't say that.
That's the interruption.
I said they're wrong to do it.
I'll be done in 20 seconds. 20 seconds. Would we also say then that the people giving to Anthony, Carmelo Anthony, support the wanton stabbing of white kids who die in their twin brothers' arms? What I'm saying is there is a reaction to people being told to sit down and shut up and silence is violence, and words being used to end their livelihoods. And that is the conversation that is taking place in this country.
Now, notice he's comparing. Now, notice how he says it too. Anybody who donated to Shiloh Hendricks, who completely unapologetically abused a child. These are the people who claim that they want to defend children and not have any victimization of children whatsoever, and children are sacred, which they are, with their opinion, except for black children. The only children who are not sacred, the only children who it's okay to harm, it's okay to abuse, it's okay to beat up, it's okay to terrorize are black children, according to them. According to them, that's the case. That's what Steven is saying. And he's saying, well, anybody who donated to them is the equivalent. Well, to be honest, in my opinion, I'm going to speak for myself. That's true. There is no justification for you funding someone and rewarding someone close to $1 million who's done nothing else but unapologetically abused a black child, an autistic 5-year-old black child, damn near a baby, for you claiming he allegedly tried to steal from your baby's toy. You tried to steal your baby's toy. Absolutely. If you fund a person like that, that puts you in the same category. Now, Steven is saying, remember, Steven said, well, context matters. Context matters. This whole time, he's been arguing context matters. Context matters. You can't just dismiss the context. The context is very important. Context matters. Okay, fine. Okay. Well, in the context of Carmelo, we're not out here saying, oh, I'm glad you stabbed him. I'm glad you stabbed him. Did you get him good? I'm glad you got him. We're not saying that. We're saying, young man, you seem like a good young man who was put in a bad situation, not your fault, but you were put in a bad situation where you were assaulted, and you have the right to a fair trial, a just and fair trial, and we are going to, as the community, try to make sure that you have a fair trial. Very different, night and day. He's comparing apples to oranges. Let's continue because we got more to cover. Actually, just pretty much,
and most people
almost done with this clip. Then we're going to move on to the next clip.
Are refusing to have it. Of course, you shouldn't yell the N-word at a 5-year-old. You got it. But there's no segment if that's where we end it. Let's discuss why you have tens of thousands of people giving money for something they never would have donated to a mere 10, 15 years ago.
No, they would have. And here's the thing. These people wouldn't have donated 10 or 15 years ago. I beg to differ. How long ago did George Zimmerman happen? That happened in what, 2012? That was over 10 years ago. And they made this man rich for lynching a child. He actually took somebody's life and they made him rich for it. So yeah, these people, all of this stuff is, and I want you guys to understand this. These people are saying, well, the only reason Charlo Hendricks is getting this type of reaction is because of Carmelo. No. If the situation with Carmelo never happened, these people would have still donated to that woman. They would have. This is not a reaction and a response. That's their justification for open racism, but that's not the case. These people, every single time they could donate to racism, they've always done that. They have always done that with George Zimmerman. They did that with Kyle Rittenhouse. They did that with Daniel Penny. They do that all the time in any and every situation where a black person is harmed and they can fund the person who harmed them. They do it unapologetically. This case would have been no different. This case is just them trying to use the Carmelo thing as the reason, but that's not the reason. The reason is they hate black people and they're racist. That's the only reason. And they're all one and the same.
Don't we think it would have been better before we got to the point of the Holocaust for someone to say, hey, wait a second, how did we end up here believing that only Jews carry these communicable diseases? How did we end up here, all of us accepting these negative stereotypes? Hey, wait, how did we end up here othering these groups of people? I think the how you've gotten there matters, and I think the prescription for it is important, and that's what I'm trying to focus on. The prescription is more dialogue and doing so in good faith rather than this word whack-a-mole that we're playing in this country.
Oh, okay. Then he goes to commercial. So he brings on, I was about to say Stephen A. Smith. Lord have mercy. He brings on Mark Lamont Hill, and we're going to play that.
Mark Lamont Hill, welcome back to Uncensored. I saw your reaction in another podcast I think you did.
Oh, actually, you were pretty... hold on. Let me get to some of the super chats. Real quick. Now, let's play let's take a break real quick, and let's play this video. Let's play this video real fast. It's like how long is it? It's a 3-minute video. We're gonna play this video real fast because he's out here talking about our culture, and it's only fair if he has the right to talk about our culture, we should look at him in his culture. Don't you think? Don't you guys think that that's fair? I think that that's fair. I think that that's very fair. So let's just look at him in his culture. This is Steven Crowderd. While he has the audacity to talk about us in our culture. This is him and his 8-month-old pregnant wife.
I drew a boundary. No, you just did it. I drew a boundary of abusive and cruel. You were not taking the car. Because if you refuse to do wifely things, then I will go pick up the groceries.
There's no groceries. I do have
steaks, wood pellets, my grill. I know it's not unreasonable request, but I'll go do it. How about you first? Hillary, how do you respect the man? Yes, other than that, you see love like that. No, other than that, no, you're not taking the car.
Steven,
you're not taking the car.
Steven,
you are not.
Then I will ask them to pick me up. Would you like me to ask?
Oh, that's right.
It's not correct, Steven.
Give it an Uber.
Okay, Steven, I can't.
Feeling some constraints?
Steven.
Like, I can't
Steven.
go. Listen to me. You want to walk out right now? Listen to me. I can't go to the gym. I can't go to my parents. I can't call my friends. I can't be home. You're going to take the car and leave me here. Hillary, just think of how boxed in you've made me.
What do you need me to pick up? I'll get it. I'll be back when I'm back.
No, that doesn't work either. You'll be back when you're back. That doesn't work either.
Steven.
Do you understand the difference between my life being set to the second and you going, I'll be back when I'm back?
Steven.
The only way out of it is discipline and respect. It's the only way out of it, or we're at an impasse.
We are at an impasse.
Good. Because you can't have any discipline and respect.
Yeah.
There you go. You throw your hand, you give up so easily.
I don't give up, Steven.
Hillary, you give up so easily. I just said the only way out of this is discipline and respect. You said, then we're at an impasse.
Steven, no, we are at an impasse, okay? I love you, but Steven, your abuse is sick. Your abuse
Watch it.
is sick.
Watch it. Fucking watch it.
I'm gonna let go. I'll get what you need me to get. And I need some space. We need to just stop engaging for a little bit. Okay? I love you. I love you very much.
I don't love you. That's the big problem. I've never received love from you. And the fact is, when I go, look, I need you to do A, B, C, and D, you just be disciplined about it. You go, no. But I love you more. I'm like,
okay, let me just lay that back. Okay, he was the first one to use This is the culture that they're talking about. Okay, the culture that they're talking. His pregnant wife or former wife, 8-month-old pregnant, 8-month. I said 8-month-old pregnant, 8-month pregnant. Talking about, hey, I need some space. They're arguing over a car. I guess she wants to go to the store. I guess he doesn't want her to, or something like that. There was something like that, some childish, something that mature adults, especially parents, married people who are about to have a child, something that they shouldn't be arguing over. So this is showing me that there's been tension in their marriage for a long time, because going back and forth and talking about threatening and all this stuff over, that's not no big deal. Okay. And she says, I love you, but I need some space. And he says, I never loved you. Oh, wow. Okay. What happens when his kids see this video? Hold on, come on now. Don't do me like that. Don't do me like that. This is why I hate playing it back. Okay, hold on. It's playing.
I don't love you. That's the big problem. I've never received love from you. And the fact is, when I go, look, I need you to do A, B, C, and D, you just be disciplined about it. You go, no. But I love you more than life itself. Okay. Put on some gloves. No. But I love you more than life itself. That's not fair. That's not fair, and it's disingenuous. Hillary, you're right in that. Become someone that's unique, day in and day out, worthy of a life. No, not as a wife. I didn't say as a wife. Hillary, come on now.
I'm not going to engage. I'm not going to engage anymore. I'm going to go. I'll text me what you need. I'll get you what you need. I love you. I'm committed to you.
Put on some gloves. Are you committed enough to do those things?
I'm not committed.
Are you committed enough to do those things? You're not committed to anything. You're not committed to anything. You just said I love you. I'm committed to you. Walk the dogs. Put on some gloves. Walk the dogs. Put on some gloves. Are you committed enough to do those things? Are you committed enough to do those things? Are you committed enough to do those things?
I'm good.
Walk the dogs. Put on some gloves. Are you committed enough to get the medication the dogs take? Don't you take that in?
Now, they don't show this part, but it says, as Crowder heads inside, okay, the Crowders, they were married at the time, Steven gets angrier and angrier. By his own admission, screams, I will F you up, at his pregnant wife, Hillary, who then flees their home. Oh, wow. What is up with them and their culture, man? Steven. There has to be something in white culture that we have to have this conversation about. We have to have the conversation about thuggery. We have to have the conversation about anger management. We have to have the conversation about violence and abuse. We have to have these conversations, and we have to hold you people accountable, because you people are a stain to civilized society. What type of civilized society is this, Steven? How could you say such things? I mean, it doesn't surprise me, because based off his facial hair, he looks like, if you just look at his facial hair and you said he did this and you had no idea who Steven was, and you just looked at him and this facial hair right here, you would believe it. His facial hair looks like this is how he acts. I believe it. And here's the thing. Normally, people don't say things to their 8-month-old pregnant wife, I'll F you up, unless they've already hit her before. Uh-oh. Unless there's already been some violence before. It just seems like that's a weird time to start breaking at that point. You mean to tell me this at 8 months old, she looks like she's about to give birth? Her water's about to break any second. This is the very first time you've ever threatened her. you've ever laid a hand on her about her going to the car and picking up some gloves or picking up a steak or something? Okay. I don't think so. Because normally when you say it, normally, especially at that stage in your relationship, normally that's been said before. It's common for you to get that angry and say that. And this is in the culture of white supremacists. This is in their culture. This is what they do. Yeah, no wonder she left. No wonder she left. Well, he has the right to talk about us and our support of a child, a young man who defended himself. But let's go continue. Thank you very much. And let me get to the other super chat real fast. Appreciate that. Thank you very much for that. And then let me get to Freedman's Network. He says, the clear people, the bootlick and coon don't understand. We don't care about their, quote, black fatigue. If they are tired, then do something about it. Hey, I'm with that. I ain't gonna lie to you. Y'all complaining. Y'all always complaining. Something need to happen to black people. Y'all know what you gonna do? What you gonna do? Y'all feeling froggy? Y'all can jump. Y'all can jump if y'all feeling froggy. Y'all not feeling that froggy now, huh? Y'all big and bad and tough and bold and stuff like that on the internet, but y'all don't feel that energy and all of that. White people need to do this and that. Y'all don't be having that in real life. That's interesting.
Aggrieved on what you.
All I'm saying is, if you feeling froggy, you can jump.
Thought I was trying to do there, and just to reiterate to you, in the moment I was trying to expose her cowardice, and I listened to what your impassioned immediate response to my challenge, and I immediately realized this would not be a smart thing to do. It certainly wasn't premeditated. It certainly wasn't from anything other than a place of, you are an unashamed racist who says you say this word all the time, including to black people. I bet you don't, and you'll do the same as to be performative. Let's see if I'm right. And, with hindsight, it was a little ill-advised, but it wasn't me trying to be theatrical or get a viral moment, just to reassure you, because you and I go back a long way. I wouldn't want to deliberately put you in that position. And you very quickly responded and made me immediately realize the peril of potentially doing what I was trying to do. But in relation to what Steven Crowderd says, now look, a lot of what Steven says, I agree with. I do think we've got to a weird place in society where words and language have been ridiculously over-weaponized and used to cancel people and ruin their lives and so on. I agree with that. But I also think there are certain things and words and phrases which have been accepted by society for quite some time now to be completely unacceptable. And one of them is the N-word, particularly when it's used against black people by white people, right? And this woman, the way this Lily Gaddis sort of proudly giggled her way talking about how proud she is to say it and so on, I found completely repellent and disgusting. But in terms of what Steven said about, this is heading to a dangerous area if you weaponize words generally, is he right?
In the abstract, sure. I mean, I think if you weaponize a bunch of words and people don't have the safe space to say what they want or say what they believe, it could be a very dangerous space, because what I find to be offensive, you may not. What I find to be extreme, you may find to be moderate. What I may see as outside the proverbial Overton window, you may not. And so you never want to get into a place, to use Steven's language, where we're just doing the linguistic whack-a-mole. I agree with that wholeheartedly. But I don't think that's what's at issue here. I think there are a few things. You all said a bunch of interesting things that I want to that I want to get at. The first thing is, I guess, to Steven's initial point about my self-emasculation. At the thought, I wasn't melting down, as some on the right have said, because I was afraid that this boogeyman N-word was going to pop out of her mouth and I was going to fall away. That wasn't the point at all. I think you actually characterized it properly, Piers. I was frustrated not at the looming threat of the N-word coming out of her mouth. It was at the spectacle that I felt like in that moment was being created that was wholly unnecessary. And again, I don't think you were doing it intentionally at my expense, but we're all hosts. There's a moment where you got somebody on the ropes, and we know it's a good moment. We know it's a big moment. And getting a white person to say the N-word, it's like A Few Good Men. It's like, did you want, it's the Jack Nicholson moment, right? If you can get them to do.
Okay, was it necessary? Here's the thing, Lamont, and I said this before with the other live. You should have calmed down. There was no need to blow up like that. You was really winning, okay? You had everybody. You had her beat. The other girl, she didn't really disagree that much. She was more on your point, even though she was kind of in the middle. You had Lily beat. You had what's that tether's name? I can't believe Myron. You had Myron beat. You had them beat. There was absolutely no reason for you to just blow up for no reason. Even though she said, yeah, I say the N-word, it's not like that was going to be a surprise. You should have let her fully expose herself. You should have let her fully expose herself. Okay? Dig her own grave. When you're saying, oh, I didn't want it to be a spectacle, dude. Okay, now you're trying to justify it. We know you weren't physically afraid of any actual danger, but you blew up and you shouldn't have done that. Okay? That and I've said that before when he first did it. I said that before, and I still stand on that.
That's a big moment. And I get that. I guess my point at the time was, it's not the smoking gun that we think. White people don't lie about using the N-word. They lie about not using the N-word. If she already said, I use the N-word in private. So no one pretends to use the N-word when they don't. So I actually didn't think that we needed that confession out of her. For me, as far as the other point here, I don't accept Steven's analysis here of the donations to the campaign. Even if he is right that people were donating out of some political reaction to our hypersensitivity as a society, that's the wrong person to do it to. Do it to the person that's getting doxxed because they made a mistake 10 years ago. Do it to the person who rapped the N-word, on Gold Digger and suddenly has lost their ability to go to college. There's all kinds of people who we might say, even if we don't agree fully on the context, who we could say, hey, is a better example of the cause. But
now, here's the thing with that. And I think this is very interesting. I need you guys to follow me with this. Now, when we talk about free speech, legally speaking, from the First Amendment, now we have the legal, actually, let me get this off the screen because I got to really lock in with you guys. We have the legal First Amendment, which is free speech, freedom of speech, and freedom of expression. And when they say freedom of expression, there's limitations with that. There's also legal limitations when it comes to freedom of speech as well. What freedom of speech means, legally speaking, this is just from a legal point of view, because there's a difference between the legal freedom of speech and then the social freedom of speech. And we're going to get to that. But the legal freedom of speech technically only means that you can say what you want to say without legal repercussion from the government. Where other governments in the past, like for instance, if there was a king and you said anything unfavorable about the king or about the royal family or anything about the government, you could go to jail. You could literally go to jail for saying, hey, I don't like the new king. You can get locked up and thrown in a dungeon for that. Okay, freedom of speech saying, hey, I can say whatever I want to about the president, about the vice president, about anybody in government, and the president can't arrest me for saying I don't like this president. The president can't arrest me for that. So technically, and of course, it's a little bit more to it, but I'm just getting to the basis of it. The basis of it, that is what free speech means, that there is no legal repercussion from the government itself for you expressing yourself. Now, that there's still a caveat to that. There's still limitations to that. For instance, if you're on the stand and you're in court and you're on the stand, legally, you can't say when it comes to freedom of speech, you can't tell misinformation. You can't say things that you know for a fact are untrue if you're in a stand on court. You can't do that. Your freedom of speech is not there when you're on the stand in court. That's one situation. Defamation, that's another situation. You can't deliberately lie and cause somebody harm and say, well, I was just using free speech. Those are situations where the right to free speech is limited and has been cut off. But that is free speech as far as the government. Now, as far as social free speech, we have a thing where when you get to say things that are maybe unfavorable or controversial, your opinions can be unfavorable or controversial, and you shouldn't be harmed for that socially. Now, socially speaking, if you say something and like say you use the N-word, your job can say, okay, well, we don't want you representing our company because you're out here using racial slurs. So we're going to let you go. Technically, they have a right to do that. They do have a right to do that. Okay. Now, you can argue if that's fair or unfair, if that's censorship or not, you can, but legally speaking, they have a right to do that. And what's interesting about this is that they never have a problem when it comes to society exercising censorship if it's done to black people. Let's take the situation of Colin Kaepernick. Protesting is a part of the First Amendment. That's a part of freedom of expression. That's a part of free speech. But Colin Kaepernick and other football players, and it wasn't just Colin, but other football players were kicked out of the team, punished, kicked out of the NFL for their free speech. None of these people, Steven Crowderd, what's that other, Matt Walls, none of these other people said, oh no, this is a violation of free speech when it was Colin Kaepernick. None of them did. All of them said that his punishment was 100% justified. Free speech be damned. We can look at the situation with Kyrie Irving. All he did was post something on Twitter. Freedom of speech, freedom of expression. You don't have to agree with it. You might not even agreed with what he posted or what he believed, but yet he was punished for it. He had to pay fines. There was suspension, threat of him even being kicked out the team. None of these free speech advocates said anything for Kyrie Irving. When Nick Cannon, with his own podcast, said something with Professor Griff that a certain community deemed unfavorable, and then Viacom had kicked him out and had canceled the whole Wildin' Out thing, none of these people then said anything about free speech. Remember, because Nick is black. So we don't care about his free speech. We don't care about Colin Kaepernick's free speech. We don't care about Kyrie Irving's free speech. So you only care about white people in free speech. And that means you only care about white people being able to unapologetically, legally, and socially be racist. This uncensored racism, legally and socially. That's what they say when they talk about free speech. I want you guys to understand that, because there is not a single time when a black person does something and they say, well, that's free speech now. Come on, that is free speech. When black people get fired all the time for quote unquote saying things that are incorrect or doing things expressing their freedom of speech that's socially incorrect, whether you agree or disagree. The law isn't determined on whether society agrees or disagrees with your opinions or what you said, but they never, ever, ever vouch for any black person who's unfairly punished or reprimanded for free speech. The only time they ever argue for free speech is when a white person harms a black person. That's the only time. The only time is when they're trying to promote white supremacy. The only time. You can't give me another time. Free speech to them is a code word for open, blatant, unapologetic, unpunished white supremacy. That's what it is. That's their definition. It's just a code word.
As you said, Pierce.
Exactly. They didn't even defend Kanye. They're only using Kanye as an example. But when Kanye, that's another thing. And this isn't to say we agree or disagree or anything, but using it as an example. Back when Kanye first lost his deal with Adidas, they weren't out here talking about no free speech, no free speech. They weren't doing that. They're not talking about free speech for Kanye now. They're not doing that.
This is somebody who was
using. They're going to talk about this Shiloh woman who abused a 5-year-old autistic child as their quote unquote champion for free speech.
the word in the exact context that we're afraid of, or not afraid of, in the exact context that we're frustrated about, in the exact context that we think it's being used in. And so to dump money, almost $800,000 into her coffers, it ultimately rewards her for using that language. Imagine if an arsonist were to set a building on fire, and all three of us agreed that that arson should not get the death penalty. I think we probably all agree on that. But if we were to then take $1 million and dump it in their GoFundMe to fund the arsonist's legal defense, and now they get off, is that the right way to do it? Is that the right call? There might be other ways to do it than to fund the person who's done
Mr. Crowder has very politely raised his right hand to speak, which I think is a rare example of good manners on this program. So, Stephen, your response.
Well, it's the Canadian. I mean, actually, Dr. Hill and I go a while back on Fox News. And like I said, he's always been a gentleman. And I do accept his. I saw him on a podcast later explaining that he didn't know who the guest was going to be. This was after the fact. And I have a much greater understanding now. I also get it. I will say, great, now do stabbing. And I think I know what the answer is going to be. Can we both, if we want to find common ground here, agree that, yeah, we really find ourselves
stabbing? No. Because the thing is that, and here's something when it comes to debating. And I've done this. I did this before I was Afro Elite and all that. Okay. Excuse me. Okay. When it comes to it, when you are, and Steven is good for this, when it comes to debating white supremacists, Steven is more advanced because they're not smart people at all and they're not telling the truth. But Steven is very tricky with this. One of the ways he is tricky is Steven is incredibly polite when he's debating somebody. You can clearly tell he goes on an incredibly racist rant when he's in his own domain, but when he's in front of another black person, he is very polite and gentlemanlike. Okay, he comes off very fair and trying to and understanding in all of this. Okay, do not let that confuse you. When Steven in particular, but white supremacists in general, but we're talking about Steven, when they're losing an argument, they try to change the subject. Okay, the subject, what Mark was talking about, is the fact that you all are rewarding somebody who you guys are saying, you guys are publicly saying, even though you don't feel this way, but you're publicly saying she did something that you guys cannot defend whatsoever, that you guys claim you don't approve of at all, and she is 100% wrong, even according to you, but you guys are rewarding her for that. Because Steven can't defend that point. He can't defend or retort against the point that Mark Lamont Hill just made. Now he's trying to change the conversation. He's derailing the conversation to try to make this false equivalence to Carmelo Anthony and Charlotte Hendricks. If you are in this situation, anytime you get them on the ropes, anytime you beat them with a point, they always try to change the conversation. Do not let them do that. They try to slip. It's like a boxer. When a boxer's on the ropes, the boxer tries to dodge and he tries to pivot away. Keep him on the ropes. He's on the ropes for a reason. You got him on the ropes for a reason. Don't let him back up. Don't let him get in the middle of the ring. Don't do that. This is what Steven does all the time. Now he's trying to bring in Carmelo Anthony. Now with Carmelo Anthony, that changes the whole conversation. So he doesn't have to stand on the fact that he is openly rewarding and approving a woman who abused a child, the rewarding of a woman who abused a child. So Steven doesn't have to stand on that. He's going to change the conversation to Carmelo. Don't let him do that. Now I understand it's one thing to do it as what they call a Monday morning quarterback. But if it was me, you guys have seen me in live debates all the time. I never let them do that. Anytime I see them trying to slip, pivot, change the conversation, I catch them immediately.
At a weird point in this country when a bunch of people are giving to a lady who yells the N-word at a 5-year-old, and a bunch of people are giving to someone who is famous for no other reason than allegedly stabbing an innocent person. I know that we'll say it's because innocent until proven guilty, but this is the information that we have on both of these scenarios at this point in time. And what I'm discussing is the prescription moving forward. And one final thing. Here's the point that I was making that you didn't show in that clip too was,
okay, what other reason is Kyle Rittenhouse famous besides shooting people? What other reason is George Zimmerman famous besides lynching Trayvon Martin? What other reason is Daniel Penny famous besides strangling a homeless man to death? Yeah, you wouldn't word any of those situations like you worded the situation with Carmelo. You wouldn't word any of those situations like that.
Saying that it's racist for someone to say they would prefer to live in a predominantly white neighborhood, or they would prefer to live in their neighborhood, which is not black, I believe is what they said. And I don't believe it was necessarily her. I believe there was a man on the panel who said that, but you do. And I'm not going to attribute racism in your heart because only 4% of the population where you're placed in Los Angeles is black. I think we need to stop attributing and imbuing hatred, and I think we need to stop empowering them. But we do find ourselves at a point in this country where neither of these give, send, goes would have blown up if it existed 10 years ago. Why? How did we get here?
I actually, well, Mark, I'll get you to respond. I have to say, in a way, completely different scenario, but how we got here, I think the same blame can be attached to how we got here to what is going on with the reaction to Joe Biden's health news. I made a point last night on X when that story broke. I was staggered by the instantaneous mockery, abuse, glee, ecstasy, desire for him to die that poured out in response to my tweet revealing this news about him having aggressive advanced stage 4 prostate cancer metastasizing to his bones, which is clearly an incredibly serious situation for a man of his age. And I just made the point, the guy's served his country for 50 years, whatever you think of it, this is a moment just to wish him well, isn't it? The answer was no, and has carried on being no for the next 24 hours in the most stunningly abusive, horrific, ghastly manner, totally inhumane to me. And I think the common theme, Stephen, of the two things is social media. Social media has, I think, inflamed social and racial tensions to a point where people just don't think the normal rules of society apply. They can be as disgusting and inhumane and racist and sexist and whatever they want to be as they like, with no accountability in almost every case. And we've become almost neutralized to that kind of thing. And part of the problem is that when people like you and me, and Mark, I'm sure, launch staunch defenses of the right to free speech, the wrong ears take it as the right to be openly racist and all these other things with no accountability. They misunderstand what free speech actually entails. It doesn't mean you're never going to be held accountable for what you say. When Shiloh Hendricks said that she said the N-word, whatever, this was her right to free speech. Yeah, but everybody else has a right to hold you accountable for it. And it's the second part of that equation, which is, I think, important. So, Stephen, your response to my thesis.
Yeah. Yes, I disagree. I think social media is a part of it, but I also don't think that we're dealing with an accountability culture as far as the country. I think we're dealing with a false accountability culture as far as the media and those in the establishment. You have myself, for example, who was demonetized, throttled on YouTube for simply using the term lesbian queer, someone who referred to themselves as a lesbian queer. It was a quote. Then moved over to Rumble, and after the exodus, Diageo, in charge of 80% of the world's advertising, told Rumble that it wasn't enough to demonetize myself, but that they wouldn't spend a...
Now, notice with that, and I let it play. Notice with that, Steven completely pivots. This is another thing that Steven is good for. Anybody who watches, if you guys ever debate Steven or anything like that, Steven is really good for this. When you have him on a point that he can't stand on, he's going to completely change the conversation. The conversation is about what free speech is, and I gave you guys the example. Free speech does not mean that society can just allow you to do whatever you want to do and say whatever you want to, even to children, under the guise of free speech. That is not allowed. Okay? Even legally, there's restrictions on free speech. Legally speaking, there are restrictions on free speech, especially when it comes to children. There are incredible restrictions on freedom of speech and freedom of expression when it comes to children. And society can hold you accountable for that, and free speech does not protect you with that. This is what Piers Morgan was trying to say. And then Steven, because Steven can't stand on this, Steven now pivots to him being censored on YouTube for allegedly saying what he claimed he was censored for, and him being censored on Rumble. He's not going to acknowledge what Pierce just said. Now, Pierce is going to let that slide. I'm not saying Pierce is a debater, but anytime you have a point and they can't stick to it, that means that they lost. They've conceded without conceding. Make them stick to that point. Make them publicly say, okay, if you cannot respond, you are conceding that my point is right, that my stance on what I just said is correct. You need to, if they can't respond to it and they can't retort to it, make them say that. Catch them. If they try to pivot, catch them. Be all like, you trying to avoid it, which means that it verifies my point in being correct. That's what you got to do. Now, Pierce isn't going to do that. But if you guys ever catch Steven, make sure you do that. Then he's going to bring up him being allegedly censored.
The right to hold you accountable for it. And it's the second part of that equation, which is, I think, important. So, Steven, your response to my thesis.
Yeah. Yes, I disagree. I think social media is a part of it, but I also don't think that we're dealing with an accountability culture as far as the country. I think we're dealing with a false accountability culture as far as the media and those in the establishment. You have myself, for example, who was demonetized, throttled on YouTube for simply using the term lesbian queer, someone who referred to themselves as a lesbian queer. It was a quote. Then moved over to Rumble, and after the exodus, Diageo, in charge of 80% of the world's advertising, told Rumble that it wasn't enough to demonetize myself, but that they wouldn't spend $1 of advertising on the entire platform, an alternative platform to YouTube, unless I was removed. You've had entire governments try and remove platforms for freedom of speech. This is not the accountability that people in the streets are calling for. What is being called for example, from people in the media, is a lie. They would rather hear a lie than the truth. And so you have people checking out. For example, someone's afraid to say, could be my black neighbors, but it's anecdotal. I'm not supposed to say the black friend thing. Move to the same neighborhood I have because it's safer and there's a stronger sense of community. But if you want me to lie to you and say, I picked that neighborhood and it just so happens to be more mixed or more white, but my neighbor's a former Dallas Cowboy, you can demand a lie, but the media is demanding the lie, not the American people. I am in no way concerned going down to a black neighborhood because I do it to the tune of hours, hundreds of hours of footage and hundreds of millions of views discussing these issues. The challenge I run into is when someone else, a third party, wants to play a game of telephone and tell them that it's racist. You can go and watch. I had not one, not two, but 10 people in this installment say, yeah, I think all lives matter. I think anyone who says that's white supremacy is out of their mind. They don't speak for us, the black community. I'd never know that unless I had that conversation with them. Very few people are doing it. You're demanding a lie of people.
Okay.
I need you guys to help me. I don't know what he was just talking about. What is that? What is he saying? What does that mean? How was any of this, even if we decoded it? Somebody please try to help me understand how any of what he just said is germane to the subject whatsoever. You guys, and I didn't pause it because I want you guys to hear it clearly. You guys didn't, you guys heard what Piers Morgan had to say, and then all of this now you have this whole point about you were censored on YouTube, and then you were censored on Rumble, and it's the media, and then you went to black people in a black neighborhood, and they said white supremacy don't exist, and you have a black neighbor, and that's okay because it's a nice. Okay, are y'all not gonna catch him with that? This is letting you know that he is losing the debate. Anytime somebody is in a debate and now they just kind of ramble off, you ask them a very direct and specific question about the subject, and they just veer off into this wild story that never connects with anything, especially the subject you're talking about. That is a sign that they're losing. Right there, he just essentially lost the argument. He lost the debate right there. Because what is that? And how is that involved in important and connected to what we're discussing? Please explain this to me. I'm just flabbergasted. I'm lost. I don't know what that was. I really don't. Is this man on, what is he talking about? PTSD or ecstasy or something like? Is he on drugs? Is he on meth? I don't know what they do in the white community. I don't know if they do, what is that, meth and fentanyl or something? I don't know what that is. What was that?
Okay, Mark, your response.
Lots of things again. First, I think Steven is, and I don't assign to you any ill intent, but you're comparing apples and oranges here when we talk about the Carmelo Anthony and the racist woman, I can't think of her name, video.
Lily Gaddis.
I think, as you pointed out all day,
Hendricks,
no, not Lily Gaddis, but
you're talking about Charlotte Hendricks,
yeah. Charlotte Hendricks, yes. When you talk about context, I think we have to look at context in the context even of these GoFundMes, right? The people who are funding Carmelo Anthony, you can tell this from the comments, this isn't my guess, they're not saying good job. They're saying we don't believe that you're guilty. We don't believe that you've gotten a fair legal process. And so we're sending money to make sure that you get a proper legal defense because we don't believe that you are guilty of this crime. That is what they're saying. Now, you and I may look at the evidence and come to the same conclusion or a different conclusion, but they're not attempting to reward the behavior. They're attempting to challenge a system that they feel like is misrepresenting the behavior. In the case of the N-word, and this woman, right, Charlotte? What's happening is quite different. They're not saying, hey, we feel like she's taken such a loss from her free exercise of free speech that we want to reimburse her for that. That would be a different argument. I still wouldn't want to do it, but that would at least be logically and morally consistent. When you look in the comments and when you talk to people who are funding that campaign, they are literally shouting the N-word. They are literally echoing the racial epithet. And that is different. That's why I say, if this is really going to be a First Amendment cause, again, and not the lie that you're talking about, then let's invest in actual First Amendment causes and not this. And to your second point, I agree, and then I got you wholeheartedly. I mean, there's absolutely nothing wrong with making decisions about where you want to live. But there's a huge difference between saying, I want to live in a statistically safe neighborhood, or I want to live in a historically safe neighborhood, and I don't want to live around black people under any circumstances. And again, the latter is what came out in our conversation on the show the last time. And we're melding those two things as if they are the same, and then acting as if there's just no room for a white person, or a black person for that matter, to exercise any radical honesty.
Now, this is what I said earlier, and this is the point you guys make. Anytime somebody says, well, you know, black neighborhoods are bad and I don't want to live in a bad neighborhood. Okay, that's fair. And that makes sense. I don't want to live in a bad neighborhood either. I don't want you guys to live in a bad neighborhood. I don't want my family to live in a bad neighborhood. I don't want no black people to live in a bad neighborhood. But while you're saying bad, and this is something that even Malcolm X was talking about when it came to definitions of words and how definitions of words are sometimes tied and synonymous when it comes to black people. Anything that is black is synonymous with things that are negative and things that are evil, things that are dirty, things that are bad. But when things are white, those things are synonymous with things that are just, things that are clean, things that are moral, things that are righteous. When you say, I don't want to live in a bad neighborhood, that doesn't automatically mean black neighborhood, because are all black neighborhoods bad? No. All black neighborhoods don't have high crime. All black neighborhoods are not bad, just like all white neighborhoods are not good. For you to say, well, I don't want to live in a black neighborhood because black neighborhoods are bad, by proxy, you're saying all white neighborhoods are good, and that's statistically not true. Notice how they don't say bad neighborhoods when it comes to white. They don't associate white with bad. And I said this in another live stream. They consciously make sure that whiteness is never associated with anything bad. If they call out things in white society, they always make sure they segregate it off as liberal or conservative, Republican, or Democrat. They don't associate whiteness with anything that is negative. So it's very important for us not to associate blackness with things that are negative. Just because you don't want to live in a bad neighborhood, which is fine, and every sane person shouldn't, does not mean you don't want to live in a black neighborhood, because every black neighborhood is not bad. Exactly. In the chat room, it's psychological warfare. Psychologically, they got people, not you, but they got people associating blackness, and anything involved with black is bad. And the word black can be interchanged with bad. You can use that word interchangeably. They don't use white and bad interchangeably. They don't. The only interchangeable word they use white with is something that is good, is something that is well taken care of, is something that is educated, is something that is righteous, is something that is moral, is something that is pure. They only use it in that context, okay? We have to understand this, and we have to understand the language, because the language that we say affects the way, and I've said this before, what the words that we say and the way we say it affects the way we see the situation. I don't see quote unquote black communities as bad, because I don't label all black communities as any one thing. There are good black communities. There are bad black communities. I know the ones that are bad, those are the ones that are disenfranchised. Those are the ones that are neglected. Those are the ones that have been targeted. Okay. And then there are good ones. I don't also associate whiteness with good, because I know that there are white neighborhoods with low crime. I'm not going to say no crime, low crime, and they got good schools and stuff. And there are also white neighborhoods, trailer park, methamphetamine, fentanyl, all of these drugs and all incest, all of that stuff. So it's very important because you cannot empower yourself. And I was saying this in my live stream yesterday. You cannot empower yourself if your mind is still colonized. And your mind is still colonized if you are using the language the way the white supremacists want you to use it. All right. You have to use language that empowers yourself by speaking truth to power. So when it comes to neighborhoods, we need to make sure we do not associate, well, black equals bad automatically, because that's not true. Let's continue, because we still got more to cover. I told y'all we got a lot to cover, y'all.
About where they want to live. I ain't met a person yet that doesn't want to live in a safe neighborhood. I want to live in a safe neighborhood. I also want to live around black people. People can make their own choices, but let's not pretend they're the same thing.
Okay, we've got to end it there. Yeah. I would say, in answer to your question, Stephen, I would say in both the GoFundMe cases, I think it's wrong. I think the intentions,
stabbing is worse than a word.
I think the intentions on both sides are actually malevolent and wrong. They're not doing it out of any great sense of social justice or anything. They're doing it because they're taking a side based on skin color in both those stories, I think. So I think
murder is worse than yelling.
This is where I see, and even though Pierce will get on Steven, Pierce will get on Lily, Pierce will get on Myron, but Pierce, and this is something that I'm telling you, he's sneaky. He's sneaky because you can't make the false equivalence of saying supporting the Gibson Go of Carmelo is equivalent. He's not saying, well, I don't agree with Carmelo or I don't agree with that. He is saying according to what Pierce is saying, it's the equivalent of supporting a woman who has done. It's not like there's no ambiguity in what she did. It's not like somebody is taking her words out of context. She's openly admitted to it. He's saying that's the same as a racist woman abusing a child, racially abusing a child. Okay, so he's very sneaky with the way he just slipped that in real fast, real subtle. He slipped that in.
Allegedly stabbing someone to death is worse than
getting railroaded is a worse outcome than getting held accountable for using the N-word.
Yeah, but Stephen's point is the one is worse than the other.
I don't think we can end this on this, Pierce. I can take 30 seconds here. If we're
right,
talking about
right,
accountability,
but the league, but we're pretending. So
are you against catch and release?
That framing suggests that the money is going for the behavior.
Are you against the discount under $1,000 or less where a shopkeeper has to close down because of the name of systemic restorative justice? Are you against cash and release? Are you against cash bail? Are you against the idea that people can shoplift and not be held accountable for their actions? Let's talk real accountability for actions and not false accountability for words.
Those are, what are you talking about? Shoplifting and cash bail, and that is, Steven is not that good at debating. It's just that most times when he does this, when he slips up, people don't catch him. He would never beat me. He would never beat me because I catch people like this all the time, and he does this often. That is, what are you talking about? Every time Steven is losing, he changes the conversation. This is not about cash bail. That's a completely different debate. This is not about looting. This is not about that. This is about the situation with Shiloh Hendricks. It's not even about Carmelo Anthony. That is completely unrelated. It's unrelated. So even the false equivalency that they're making is wrong. But this dude is raging out, just like how he did on his pregnant wife.
I believe that stabbing someone is worse than saying a word. Both are bad. Me, Mr. Traditional.
You know what?
Okay. Let me respond to that. Let me respond to that. Because again, that is a disingenuous framing. No one is arguing that stabbing someone is better than using the word. My point is our response as a community to the stabbing is not to say, great job. Our response is, this was awful, but let's find out what really happened. No one is saying on the other side of this issue that N-word thing is awful, but let's hold this woman accountable, but let's not go too far. And if they are, I'm okay with that. But it's not apples and oranges. No one is saying what that woman did is worse than that kid getting stabbed. They're saying that the story of the stabbing hasn't been told well or properly, and we want justice for everybody. And to answer your cash bail, yes, I'm against cash bail, but I don't believe I don't believe that's the only way to hold people accountable. You don't hold people accountable without cash bail.
I've got to leave it there, not least, Mark, because I'm worried about what you're doing to your ear at the moment. There's clearly an issue, a malfunction.
My microphone fell out.
And there's something, it looks like you're basically gouging your own ear out in horror of what's happening on screen, which I know is not what you're doing, but it's a worrying optic for the viewers.
Okay, and they cut it off there. I'll give, like, I don't mind giving Mark his credit. Mark didn't fumble the ball this time. He didn't. He was on it the last time, and then he just completely fumbled the ball right before the touchdown. But he didn't do it this time. Although this time the stakes were lower. You know, it wasn't really as tense. The stakes were lower, but he didn't like rage out. And I will give him his credit. His points were correct. I feel like he really could have homed in. I would have really homed in, you know, but that's kind of me. I enjoy the debate and all that stuff, and I know how to counteract or counter somebody's point, but I give credit where credit is due. Shout out to the super chat from my brother from downtown. He says, love, be one, family, be one to you, brother. Appreciate you. Now, of course, we're talking about Shiloh Hendrix. We're talking about bootlicks. We're talking about the Massa lovers. And we got to talk about one of the biggest, most notorious Massa lovers we have to this date. And I think you guys know who I'm going to talk about before I even say his name. But unfortunately, y'all, yeah, we do got to talk about him. We do got to bring him up. Yep, we're bringing up Tatum. Tatum again. Tatum is back at it again. Talking about how Shiloh Hendrix is now a face of the movement. So this is what he had to say.
It makes me mad. She's an idiot to me. However, it speaks to a bigger issue other than whether or not she's an idiot or not, whether or not people then gave almost $800,000 to a woman that called a kid an N-word. But what it does speak to is the backlash against cancel culture, which I am supportive of. It's not about Shiloh Hendrix. This is more about people getting sick and tired of being sick and tired of the double standard, of the racism, and the policing of speech only if you look like this. Because God is my witness. This woman on camera, if she was a black woman calling a white kid a saltine, you know what I'm saying? Nobody would ever, it wouldn't be viral. Nobody would cancel her. Her job wouldn't even fire her. But if you white and you call a kid a certain name, they will ruin
her job. Wouldn't even fire her. Can you give me an example? All of these people who be making this stuff. Notice how everybody who says, well, it happened to white people all the time. It happened to white people. All the white people get called this and this and this and this and this. Where? Okay. Can you show us that? Because we have video evidence of you calling children that. We have video evidence of Karens and Kens harassing black people, including black children, every other day. Can you show an example of a grown black woman in her sane mind calling a white kid some type of slur, which there's no equivalent to the N-word, but calling a white kid a slur, a child, 5-year-old child, a slur, and then no consequences whatsoever. She's not being fired. There's no consequences whatsoever. Can you show me the example? Where is the black version of Shiloh Hendrix that he's saying there would be no accountability for? Okay, show me the black version of Shiloh Hendrix then. Show that to me. If you show that to me, I will give it up. I will say, you know what? There is a racial double standard and there is black privilege, and she shouldn't have did that, even though there is no equivalent to the N-word. But show me a black version of Shiloh Hendrix. They can't do that, but they make it seem like there's a black version of Shiloh Hendrix every day that roams around with impunity, terrorizing white children. That's what he's trying to make it seem like.
Your life, they want to put you in prison. You deserve to go to hell. You can't go to church no more. Your debit card gonna get canceled. So people are sick of that. They are sick of watching the people of the melanin, not all, because most of us, I think, I ain't say most. I can't say most. I ain't finna lie to y'all because I don't really think most. I think a lot of black people are smart, intelligent, and we don't fall for this bull crap. But to watch every day on television, every day on social media, every day on sportscasting, every day on GoFundMe, and black people are doing the most racist things that you've ever seen in your life. A kid stabs a kid in the heart, and they on there. That's what he get. They've been doing it to us for 100 years. I mean, you will never lose your job by saying that. And white people.
Okay. Every day on social media, every day on this, every day on this, every day. Okay. if it happens every single day, show me a video. Show me a video. Now, it's interesting that it happens. I showed you earlier in the live stream that black people, we are the ones who face most of the hate crimes, overwhelming, more than anybody else, damn near combined. We face more hate crimes than, and the ones that they admit to are still reported. But all of this persecution, this racial persecution that he's claiming that white people face from black people on a daily basis, he ain't got a stitch of evidence of. Just show me the video. Just show me the black version of Shiloh Hendrix, and I'll shut up. I'll shut up if you show me the equivalent. Okay? Not some woman who went off, but show me the exact equivalent of a black woman who's at a park and she's racially abusing a white child and then admits to it on camera and then gets paid close to $1 million for it. Show me that equivalent and I will shut up.
We're getting sick of it. And the backlash is the microcosm of Shiloh saying something and getting the support that we see she got. But here's her update. I'm going to let you guys listen to it, then I'll finish the commentary. Roll the clip.
Everyone, I'm Shiloh Hendrix. I wanted to take a little time to...
And of course, that's Anton Daniels, and Anton Daniels is out here talking about some black fatigue. Anton Daniels, so look at him. You got Tatum and Daniels sitting up there agreeing with this racist white woman who would sit up there and call their children the same thing. But they're sitting up there agreeing with him. Okay, I'm just showing you, yeah, this is how low they are.
Talk to you all about what's been going on with my fundraiser and kind of the aftermath of the park situation. There are a lot of people who think that this has all been a scam, that I haven't been getting my money and that it's not going to me. I have gotten every dime of my money. It's all gone to me. Nobody has asked me for any money. So there's that. When I first found out that the park video was going viral, it was terrifying, but not surprising, because obviously he was recording me. It was going to get out there at some point. I did not realize I was going to have so much support and have all of you people rally around me and have my back.
We kind of already played that part, so I'm gonna just fast forward a little bit. I'm just fast forward because we already kind of played what she had to say. So I'm just speed it up a little bit.
His 2 cents, and then I'm a piggyback that. Roll the clip.
Where I don't think that she's right. I don't think that any child should ever be called out of their name and the N-word, but at the same time, the overcorrection and the diversity, equity, and inclusion ultimately led to an uprising. And this is what you see, where people thought that they were squashing and eliminating and completely reparating racism, and they overcorrected. And when black people thought that they was just going to continue to beat a dead horse and beat a dead horse and beat a dead horse, and eventually you back people into a corner, and now this is the face of a movement and an uprising where things are going to get worse. I predict that things are going to get worse before they get better. I've always believed in love, man. I've always believed that the way that you put out a fire is with water, and so you don't have to feed into it. We need to hold ourselves accountable, speak up and say, hey, we don't necessarily agree with you. For a long time, they've been censored. Now, Shiloh Hendrix is going to be the face of a movement where you see people, and this is why she's raised so much money, where you see people that say, you know what? We not scared of y'all.
Hold on, y'all. Give me 1 second, y'all. Oh, come on. Don't do me like this. Okay. Well, as we're waiting for that to come back, gonna wait for that to come. Oh, man. I'll fast forward that a little bit too much. As we're waiting for that to come back, notice how these people, they're saying, well, it's unjustified for a woman to call a person to call a child the N-word, of course they're going to say that. It's unjustified for a woman to call a child the N-word, and then they immediately, right after they say that, they immediately go to damn near parading this woman as some type of champion of free speech and champion of white people fighting back against all of this persecution that they can never show. They never show a stitch of evidence of this racial persecution that they face. Okay, they're the ones who have the damn they're the ones who have the whole Ryan Paul matters and the shooters and all that. They're the ones who have the Dylan Roofs in their community. They're the ones who have the Ryan Paul matters in their community. They're the ones who have the Peyton Gendrons in their community. They're the ones who have those people who come to our community with assault rifles with the idea of mass genocide. We don't do that to them. We don't do that to them. They do it to us. But they're the ones who they claim are racially persecuted by black people. I think the clip is back up. Let's see. Let's see. Okay, it's still taking a little bit of time. Let me unpause it.
Up, and if we stick together and if we keep fighting back, our future, our existence depends on standing up for ourselves and not backing down. And we just have to keep on going. There's no other option. I mean, what else are we going to do? You can't be afraid of words. Don't be afraid of the people who are so fragile to a word. Again, I just want to say that I am so grateful for all of my supporters and all of my people who have been with me through all of this.
Y'all have created the face of a movement.
Hold on. I'm gonna let Anton. His name is Anton Daniels. Love the guy, man. He's incredible on social media, and this is the reason why I chose this clip. I'm gonna let him give his 2 cents, and then I'm gonna piggyback that. Roll the clip.
Where I don't think that she's right. I don't think that any child should ever be called out of their name and the N-word, but at the same time, the overcorrection and the diversity, equity, and inclusion ultimately led to an uprising. And this is what you see, where people thought that they were squashing and eliminating and completely reparating racism, and they overcorrected. And when black people thought that they was just going to continue to beat a dead horse and beat a dead horse and beat a dead horse, and eventually you back people into a corner, and now this is the face of a movement and an uprising where things are going to get worse. I predict that things are going to get worse before they get better. I've always believed in love, man. I've always believed that the way that you put out a fire is with water. And so you don't have to feed into it. We need to hold ourselves accountable, speak up and say, hey, we don't necessarily agree with you. For a long time, they've been censored. Now, Shiloh Hendricks is going to be the face of a movement where you see people, and this is why she's raised so much money, where you see people that say, you know what, we not scared of y'all. We not going to shut up no more. And we do believe in freedom of speech.
And this is where I come in. I agree 1,000% with Anton, and I agree 1,000% with the sentiment that's behind what Hendricks has done. White people are sick and tired of not being able to say what they want to say, but black people can.
When have white people not been able to say? That's my question. When have black people or white people not been able to say what they quote unquote want to say? At what year did white people lose the privilege of being able to say what they want to say? That's my question. I'm gonna have to stop pausing it because it's taking forever to
say what they want to say every day of the week. Ryan Clark literally criticized another black man on television for having a white wife. Can you imagine if a white man was criticizing a woman for having a black husband? I mean, bruh, could you imagine? And so I feel like white people are duly upset and sick of the double standard because, and I'm not trying to be the white man's advocate here. I advocate for everybody. I'm just giving you the microcosm that has occurred in the United States of America. White people have been treated so poorly in America. And I'm not talking about.
And thank you, Torian. Appreciate that. No, he didn't necessarily criticize him for having a white wife. All they do is lie. This is him lying. He didn't criticize him for having a white wife. He's taking that out of context. But he feels, I was about to say Anton, but Tatum feels some type of way about that because Tatum's wife is white. So of course he's going to take it, and he's definitely going to feel some type of way about it.
About physically treated poorly. I'm talking about forgotten. I'm talking about lied about, betrayed, and treated as if they would have been the devil in America for too long. I hate.
White people have been lied about, betrayed, and treated as they've been the devil for too long. And he hates it. Man, I think we need to do a whole program, maybe a show, and we need to have like a massa loving championship. But I already think if he don't make it to the finals, if he don't win, he gonna make it to the he gonna make it to the championship round. He's gonna make it to the championship round, but I think by default, he's a champion in the making when it comes to the massa loving bootlicks. White people have been lied about. Look, what lie have we told about white people? What do we say white people do or have done that they do not do and have not done? That's what I want to know. Do we bring up the false statistics and talk about the crime that's in their community like they do to us? Do we do that? No. And they've been made to seem bad. They've been lied about. They've been ignored. Ignored by who? Do black people have the power to quote unquote, we wish they would leave us alone? They're the ones always harassing us. They're the ones in this live stream right now, trolling all up in our live streams right now. They're the ones who are obsessed with us. Always in our live streams, always in our spaces. But of course, this is the massa is we sick Negro in real life.
Hate that the generalization of white people have been created in such a prolific way that now people got to fight back. Let me just give you an example of what I'm talking about. Ever since the beginning of the foundation of what we know now as America, there have always been good white people and bad white people. And when you think about slavery, they lie to you about slavery. The average person, I think, believes that during slavery, all white people owned all the black people that were here. I swear, God, people in college think that. And you realize
nobody, I got to get this all the way off. Nobody thinks that all white people owned all black people in any point in history, in any point in slavery. I mean, that 100% of the white people in this country were slave owners. There is not a single, you can go in a college, you can go in a high school, you can go across the street in a grocery store, you can just be walking down the street and you can be doing street interviews, and you could ask the average black person if they think that, and they will tell you no. Nobody at all thinks that 100%. That, first off, is not possible for every single person to be a slave owner. That is not possible for every white person to be a slave. That's not even possible or feasible. And every black person to be a slave. But slavery did happen. Okay? And anytime we say slavery happened, they take this and they embellish it and they use a straw man argument. Oh, you think all white people own slaves? Well, no, but that's not the point. Is that the point? If all white people, so we should ignore slavery because 100% of white people didn't own slaves. Okay. And a lot of the ones that didn't mean they didn't agree with slavery just because they didn't own one. Let's just keep that in mind. But nobody believes that. No, there is not a single person. No, nobody believes that. Everybody knows that's not how slavery went. He says, there's so many black people who believe that. Okay.
realize you like, no, it's like less than 2%. I've seen less than 6%. All white people that live here own a slave. And we all know every slave wasn't a plantation slave. I'm not going to say we all know that. If you learn about slavery, you'll realize not everybody's on a plantation. Having a massive plantation full of slaves was the rarest thing you can imagine, because you had to be incredibly wealthy to be able to pay and support and buy all of those slaves on that plantation. So it was only a few massive plantations. The rest of it was pretty much people slaving and working for a family, whether you're a inside slave, whether you're a plantation slave, or whether you're a slave doing slave labor, meaning you come to the house and they own you. And so all of your proceeds that you make at their house, when you go work, they get proceeds from you when you go work. There's a lot of different aspects of slavery, but there has always been, from the foundation of America, white people that never owned slaves and never had anything to do with slavery and thought that slavery was wrong. And when we had the Civil War, the side of the white people that never believed in slavery prevailed. Can they get any credit? When Harriet Tubman was conducting the Underground Railroad, who do you think helped her? White people, good white people, who essentially brought the gospel of Jesus Christ to the United States of America. White people.
Dude, I promise you that's not the point you want to bring up. He said, who brought the gospel of Jesus Christ to America? White people. You mean the same version of Christianity that told the black slaves that God made them a slave to white people? You mean that the skewed, racist, white supremacist version of the Bible that they cherry-picked in order to indoctrinate slaves into believing it was God's choice to make them a slave? Is that the Christianity you want to invoke right now, Tatum? That's what you want to invoke? And then don't even get me started on the whole Civil War thing, because just because you fought for the side of the Union does not mean that you disagreed with slavery. Abraham Lincoln didn't even disagree with slavery. And he said it multiple times he didn't. Come on, play.
Who do you think created this environment where people can prosper more than they can prosper anywhere else in the world? White people. Who do you think gave black people the right to vote? White people. Freedom. White people. Citizenship. White people. Black people couldn't give that to themselves. Who corrected the wrong? White people. Like
black people did. We no, don't be doing that. Foundation Black Americans did do that. We give ourselves that. Okay, and this is why it's very important for us to understand the context of what we've done as FBA in this country. We're not going to sit up there and act as if we were just sitting up there on our hands. We're sitting on our hands like, man, I hope some good white people will free me. That's not what happened. Even according to Abraham Lincoln himself, they would have lost the Civil War if it wasn't for the black soldiers. Abraham Lincoln, someone who, mind you, didn't want to free slaves, who didn't have an issue with slavery. And the only reason the Emancipation Proclamation was on the table at all was because that was the only way to save the Union, even according to Abraham Lincoln himself. And he still said, I do not believe in the equality of the races, and I would see to it that the superior position was assigned to the white man. This is Abraham Lincoln, the one who, quote unquote, freed the slaves. So who gave y'all the right to do this? White people. Who stopped us from having that right? We fought for that right. We fought the society and the government for us to be able to do that. It's not like that was something like, hey, you know what? I think the Negroes should be able to do that too. Let's give them that right. That's so nice of us. That's not how it happened. This man is making it seem like these white people are just angels. Why were we not allowed to do that when they were allowed to do that? Who gave us that right? Why didn't we have it when they had it? Why you want to give them the credit for giving it to us? Who restricted it from us? He's not going to say that, though.
At what point do we say we have to stop bashing our brothers and sisters because some people, a part of their race, did bad things. Because if you ask me today, with the logic that some people of the melanin think about white people, black people are far worse than white people. Because today, the leading murderer, probably for the last 60 years, the leading murderer of black people are black people. The leading rape, the people who are raping black people are black people. The scammers, they scamming their own people. The drug pushers, they pushing drugs and zombitizing their own people. I made that word up. It's called making people zombies. You know, deputizing, they zombitizing people. They creating.
Okay, and are white people not doing the same exact thing to other white people? White people are not doing the same exact thing to other white people. So if we're going to keep this standard, why do white people have quote unquote black fatigue? Because if all of this crime that they keep complaining about black people doing are being done to other black people, why are white people so bothered about crime that they admit doesn't really affect them? If the crime that we commit does not affect them in their community, why are they out here talking about some black fatigue? Why are they not talking about the white fatigue? Because the only people doing that to white people are other white people.
Zombies in their own community. The people who are screwing black kids up in school, they parents and the teachers at the school. Like, black people are destroying themselves and are the biggest detriment to black people in the last 100 years than anybody else in recorded history. So I'm saying this to say, me as an impartial Christian, that's a God-fearing man first before any color, I'm looking at this and I'm saying, this is why Shiloh Hendricks exists. Is because the overcorrection that has happened, and white people now are having to overcorrect in the other direction. It would have never happened if the government would have stayed out of folks' business. We should have never forced desegregation from the government. I feel like people in due season, with love and appreciation and free market, will begin to collaborate and overcome differences. The government had no mother freaking business segregating and desegregating because people weren't lawfully segregated. Then the government comes in with Jim Crow laws and force segregation onto people and force black people have to do this and white people do this. Forced, separate, but equal. The government did that. And then what did the government do? Once they get you in a pickle, they create a situation where you can't get out the pickle. Because if you guys have ever noticed, and I think this reigns true no matter where you stand.
The government didn't make segregation. Segregation always existed. There was always white-only spaces stemming from slavery. There were places that the free black slaved, the free blacks, the freedmen couldn't legally go to, okay, during the times of slavery before the 13th Amendment. So for him to say everything was peaches and cream until the government got involved is not true. Now, of course, we're not going to sit up here and excuse what the government did, but what he's saying is inaccurate.
And when you begin to prioritize one, you alienate the other, which create controversy. I have two sons. If I begin to overcompensate for one son, it's going to cause the other son to be envious. And the other son's envy is not necessarily going to be perpetuated against me. It's going to be perpetuated against his other sibling. So that means now he see all this happen and he get jealous and say, you know what? Nah, screw him, man. You know, you're always doing stuff for him. You'll never do that for me. And animosity starts. That's why you don't do your kids like that. That's why you don't have favorite kids. You treat both of your kids or all your kids equal. They're different. They have different needs, but you treat them equal with love and support in the areas in which they are involved in. The same thing you do with Americans. You don't overcompensate and give black people things they didn't earn, because what happens is the good qualified white people begin to be envious and say, man, you know what? They didn't earn that. And that's not fair to me that he didn't earn it. And
yeah, because it's not like that's ever gone on. It's not like white people were inherited things that they didn't quote unquote earn. And I said this before in another the live stream I did yesterday. I said this before in the live stream I did yesterday. They all believe, all of them, they all believe, whether they're the white supremacists, the massive lovers, the tethers, they all believe that white people deserve all of the world. They honestly do believe that the world really belongs to white people. It does. It really does just belong to white people. And everything that anybody else has is, a gift from white people. They believe that they are gifting what belongs to them and sharing that with everybody else. But they belong to it. We're only going to play a little bit more. We're not going to play the whole thing, but you get the point. We're going to play just a tad bit more. But this is genuinely how they believe. Okay? So you're talking about white people are going to get upset that black people are getting things that we didn't earn. What and notice that they can never bring up any actual solid evidence-based examples of black people receiving things that we didn't earn. Now, white people, white society has been inherited wealth and all of this wealth, property, and stuff from their ancestors who took it and stole it from black people. Yet they are the ones to complain about us getting something we quote unquote didn't earn. They're the hardworking people and we didn't earn this. So the situation, white people have never gotten anything at all that they did not rightfully deserve. But according to him, that's true because he believes that white people own the world and the world belongs to them. So they don't have to earn anything. It automatically belongs to them. Don't you understand? That's what he believes. Just gonna play a little bit more because just looking at him, first off, this dude's shirt, make a tad bit. Why is his shirt so damn tight? Notice he got 2 buttons and it's looking like it's choking the life out of him. He's trying to look buff and swole. You look sloppy and fat. The dude looks sloppy and fat. Look at the polo he's wearing. He couldn't button up the top button to his polo if he needed to save his life. He got 2 buttons. The shirt is squeezing his body, and you can look at the fabric of the shirt. It's stretchy, and it's still squeezed. He got this damn latex polo on that's squeezing the hell out of him because he thinks it makes his biceps look big. Why is his neck is squeezed by his polo? I'm surprised the man can breathe, honestly. What is he doing? What is he doing? That doesn't look good. He looks fat and sloppy, and then you can see in the arm, he's trying to get the arm rolled up and everything like that. You don't look buff. You don't look tough, dude. You look like you look fat, sloppy, and like you can't dress. That's how he looks. And this is what happened when you don't hang around black people. You lose the ability to dress.
So when he show up to work, you looking at him like, and it ain't even his fault. The company decides to hire him when they shouldn't have hired him. But I'm telling you, the anger don't come out against the company, more so they come out against the person who you physically have to work with every day. You think if they give a woman who's not qualified an opportunity to be a pilot, how do you think other pilots going to treat that woman? Everything she do will be scrutinized. That's not fair. She don't deserve that. Let her win it with her own merit. When you have Joe Biden saying, I'm gonna pick a black Supreme Court justice, therefore everything Ketanji Brown Jackson did was scrutinized. It's like, whoa. Did you pick her because she's black or did you pick her because she's qualified? Therefore, her lack or her people not knowing her qualifications and you purporting that it's her race that you're using to determine it, people see her race more than they see any of her accomplishments. She could have been the most accomplished Supreme Court justice in United States history, but since you made it about race, people can't see her accomplishment because it's about race. We got to stop doing this. So give me a comment in the comment section what you think about Hendricks.
Yep, that was it. Okay, and then he gonna bring up Ketanji, all that stuff. Yeah, we ain't even got to do all that. We do not even have to do all that. I want to give a shout out to the trivia for the Cash App. I appreciate you. Let me get to some of the cash. Let me get to the super chats. Let me get to the super chats real quick. FBA Justice says, I can't wait until Anton Deuce and Officer Tatum Tot get the ninja wake-up call. Oh, yeah. Oh, I can't wait. I'm hoping for it. I'm gonna be sitting back with some juice, some popcorn. I'm gonna be leaning back like, hey, I saw it coming. I saw it coming. Next one says, not Thugnificent Tatum Tot speaking on morals. Of course. Shout out to I don't want to Fana Faye. I don't want to mispronounce your name, but yeah, speaking on morals. As if white people have not done nothing wrong and don't take anything they don't deserve, and everything they get, they deserve. And he believes that. He really, really does. I want you to understand that. He believes that anything they do, they deserve. Because according to him, because he said that white people bestowed Christianity on us. So according to him, he believes in white Jesus. I showed you guys in another live stream where he had a picture of white Jesus on his shirt. Now, Jesus wasn't white. We know that. The Bible says that. But, you know, according to him, Jesus is white. God is white, according to him. So he believes that according to God, white people own the earth and everything in the world belongs to them. Really. That's what he believes, honestly. Tell it like it is. He says, boy, Brandon Tatum's Sambo wig. It's a Sambo swag. Sambo swags. I said wig. Sambo swag is on fleek. Yeah, it is. I mean, I don't think anybody's really topping him. Not lately. It says, I'm talking RG3 times 10. The ancestors are definitely coming for him. Full stop. Oh, he gonna get it. It's gonna be legendary when it happens. It definitely will. It's gonna be legendary. Legendary when it happens. Okay. My Nisi says, Afro, please open the phone lines. I gotta speak my piece. You know, we got a little bit of time tonight. I think we got a little bit of time tonight, don't we? Don't we got some time? Do y'all want us to open up the phone lines? If y'all want us to open up the phone lines, what I need for you guys to do is to put the phone emoji in the chat room. And plus, I want to check something out real quick. I want to check something out. So put the phone emoji in the chat room real fast for me. Hold on. Oh, what the hell? Okay. Yep. It's looking like y'all want to call in. Okay. So, you know what? I think now let me check this out. Hold on. Y'all see the thing on the side? Where is it? It's on this side. Look at this thing on this side. We got the chat room, and I wanted you guys to do it so you guys can actually see on the screen. The chat room is on the screen. We got it to where the chat room can show up on the screen so you guys can kind of see yourself. Ain't that kind of cool? It's not really big, though. But it's kind of cool. I think it's kind of cool. But let's set these phone lines up real fast. Hold on. Open up a thing. Put the thing. Yeah, that's kind of cool, don't you think? I don't want to overuse it because sometimes, you know, when you get new features, you overuse it. I don't want to do all that, but I think it's cool. I'm gonna use it here or there. And it lets you know that you guys definitely got to catch it live. You guys got to catch it live. Come on now. So you guys can be in the chat room. Okay. And then hold on for 1 second. I got to put this code in. And we got the phone lines open. Yeah. Okay. Hold on. Okay, so the phone lines, the phone lines are open. The number is right here on the screen. The number is 949-381-0044. That is 949-381-0044. Y'all let me know what y'all got on your mind. I'm inviting y'all to speak y'all piece. It's kind of cool. It's kind of cool. I'm going to turn the thing off. It's still a beta version of that. Still a beta version going on, but that's okay. It's all good. We got some callers on the screen right now. Turn the audio up. Everybody can hear. Okay. So we're going to get to caller from area code 304. What's on your mind? What's your name? Where are you calling from?
You know who it is, Afro.
I do. I know. How you doing,
Good
Ms.
evening,
Nietzsche? How you
family in
doing?
the chat. I'm fine. How are you, baby?
I'm good. I'm good.
Can everybody in the chat hear me clearly?
You guys hear her?
Give me some thumbs up so I know.
Yeah, everybody, y'all put the thumbs up. If you guys can hear her in the chat room, y'all put the thumbs up. Trying to make sure everything is straight. Everything is good. Okay. They're saying, yeah, they're putting the thumbs up. I'm seeing a thumbs up in the chat room.
All right. I would limit my cussing, but some cuss words are warranted.
Go ahead.
That damn faker has a special place in the other place, and we ain't talking about heaven.
Mm-hmm.
And I would love to be an angel when he meet the Most High and got to give an accounting of all the bullshit lies he has spewed. He is beyond loss. Only the Most High can help him.
That's true. That's true.
As far as the dominant society, I have said this repeatedly. Their biggest issue with FBA right now is we're standing on lineage business.
Mm-hmm.
We are supporting our FBA family with our FBA dollars, and ain't jack shit they can do about it.
Yep. That's true.
I will leave on this note. FBA family, stand 10 toes down, power tools up. The Major spirit is with us. We can't lose. Love you, Afro.
Thank you very much. Love you too, Auntie. Appreciate you.
Bye-bye.
All right. Have a good night. That's true. All right. Let's get to, we got callers on here. I appreciate you guys. We're going to get to the next caller. Caller from area code 301. You're on live. What's your name and where you calling from?
What's going on? This is Torian.
Torian, brother. How you doing? How you doing, Torian?
I was doing fine up until you brought up those two clowns. When you said, I hate to have to do with you. I was like, oh God, it's like, who you about to bring? Who you about to show now? And it was Fakem. And then you had to double down and then put up a video of Anton reacting to that shit. And I'm like, oh my God. I said, I feel like I'm about to lose brain matter listening to those two babble about that woman and just how extremely off code both of them are. And it's like the more they talk, it's like, oh my God, it's like nails on a chalkboard. Anton is the same guy, for those who don't know, who went around his city, which is in Detroit, paying people $1 to give him a hug. Mainly white people at that. He's also the same guy that put on this tacky, raggedy hot dog costume for whatever reason. Don't believe me? Look it up. As for Fakem, I'm convinced that dude was either one of two things. One, he was hatched, which means he came out of an egg, or two, he was created in a lab. You can't tell me that he was born like the rest of us.
Yeah, I don't think so. I mean, that's just, yeah. It's yeah. I don't know. He is something inhuman about that guy.
Very, very inhuman. I mean, nothing that they talk about is of substance. And when he got to the part about when you played in the video where he got to the part with like slavery, I said, I know he about to say some BS, but I didn't know how far he was going to go with it. He went further than I thought he was going to go. I mean, I already knew he was going to say something that made no sense, but he really, really, really went off of it. I'm like, what? And of course, he said that thing about with Ryan Clark because, like you said, you know, Fakem, he has a white wife himself, so he gonna feel some type of way about it. You can't tell me him and his wife don't engage in race play.
Yeah. Oh yeah. I'm sure. I'm 100%. Shannon Sharp ain't got nothing on Tatum. Shannon Sharp ain't got nothing on that. I can tell you that right now. I can tell you that.
I'm telling you,
and him bringing up slavery.
There's no audio. They better hope there's no audio of them.
Oh man, dude.
Oh, if that happens, if there's any to be found, and if there's any that slips out, that is going to be one for the book.
Yeah.
The internet is not going to be quiet. The internet will never let that one down, and they shouldn't.
If there's a single picture, a text, anything, it's over for his whole is going to expose because he's trying to be this impartial Christian. Now, what's interesting is that he brings up slavery in the context of there were good white people and bad white people, and even when they bring up the whole thing of they fought for the Harriet Tubman. And Harriet Tubman were freed by white people. There were some white abolitionists. Now, I think all black people, but I'm going to say most to be safe. Most black people do know that there were some white abolitionists. There is not a single black person who believes ever. I've never heard of anything remotely close to a black person believing that all white people were slave owners.
Right, exactly. That's
zero black people believe that.
That is absurd to even think that, because not every white person could. You listen. In order for a white person to own a slave, they had to have money. You could not be poor and own a slave. You had to be rich. You had to have money, and we know that every white person back then was not rich. So if you was poor, you could not own. You couldn't shoot. If you was white and poor back then, they saw you as poor trash back then. They probably had a different name for it. But let's just say you wasn't being invited to the soirees. You weren't being invited to the event. And him talking about white people like with Harriet Tubman, what did he think was going on? Did he think it was some kind of 5K marathon? We had white people cheering on the side as the slaves was running down, and they was passing them buckets of water so they can hurry up and get the freedom. When he said that, I'm like, okay, what book did you pull that out of?
And
by the way, I put it in the chat. I don't know if you saw it or not. Since he wanted to talk about plantations, I wonder what he thought about the Nottoway plantation burning down in Louisiana.
Oh, he probably cried.
He probably cried. Did. He probably did. He literally probably looked like Steven on Django when Calvin Candy got taken out.
Yeah,
he was like, "No, Calvin."
Look, and here's the point. He brings up slavery, right? First off, how is that relevant to the situation with Shiloh? And if anything, if you want to bring up slavery, that makes our point more relevant. How are you going to bring up quote unquote black fatigue and how white people are tired of black people, and then bring up the most egregious act of human being suffering in recorded history? If anything, slavery is our justification for having white fatigue.
Yeah.
That's crazy.
And like the actual definition says, it's just crazy how. First off, I'm gonna be honest with you. I didn't even know what a black fatigue was until I saw them posted on it, and I said, let me go ahead and look this up. Only to find out they hijacked that too. They just basically did the same thing they did with black fatigue. They also did with woke. I'm like, my goodness, y'all some colonizers for real. This is exactly why I said that they are their clan ancestors. because that's something that their clan ancestors, that's something that they passed down to them. That's generation after generation right there.
Mm-hmm. They can't help but steal stuff. They can't help it. These are the most unoriginal people the world has ever seen. They can't make anything of their own. They steal every single term, talking point, phrase, slogan. They steal everything. They can't help themselves.
Down to the coach, and they say they fatigue. I said, y'all can't be that fatigued with the way that we see y'all appropriate our culture every chance you get. And then try to say it's not black culture, then they'll say it's American culture. I said, nope, don't do that. Don't do that. I know what y'all trying to do. That's not going to work.
Yeah. Oh, the parts that they like, they'll say it's American. They'll de-black it. Okay. They'll erase the black aspect of it if they like it. You know, and then after that, then they'll say it's white culture, like country music or rock and roll.
Yeah.
Even though country music and rock and roll both are FBA culture, they'll erase the black part and then they'll put like a white trademark on it. So if we try to get back into country or we try to get back into rock and roll, they'll say we're infringing upon their culture. That's what they'll say.
It's funny you say that. It's because I'm thinking about doing a video on this. I don't know if you saw that tweet, and after that, I'll get off the line because I know some more people want to come up. Did you see that tweet that Lily Gaddis posted? Was it yesterday or today, where she's wearing that shirt?
Yeah, I did, and I saw your post about that. I saw your tweet about that.
I made sure to bookmark it. Now she literally posted up this picture with her wearing this shirt that has a cross on it. It has some words in it, but it basically forms into a cross. And she basically said, I can't remember verbatim what she said, but to paraphrase, she said that we need to make America was a white and Christian. It was something like that. And I replied, well, I didn't reply. I reposted it and I said, in so many words, does your child have a space in there? Because your child technically is not white. He's white through you on your side, but the father is like Iranian or something like that. So technically, he wouldn't even fit. And man, when I tell you some of them people lit her up in the comment section because they were talking about how her nose looked, I said her nose looked like I said her nose looked like a tipped over sideways road cone.
She do got a weird looking nose.
She do have.
She has a very strange, weird looking nose. That's true.
Yeah, but I might do a commentary on that because she sounded so dumb when she said that. But I mean, yeah. It's gonna be this. We are in some interesting times. I'm gonna just put it like that.
Oh yeah. You there?
Yeah, I'm here.
Oh yeah. Oh, this is about to be a very interesting summer, y'all.
Yeah.
It's about to be a very
all right. Well, I'll talk to you later.
Appreciate you, Torian. Appreciate you calling in. Yeah, that's our brother Torian. If you guys are not subscribed, definitely go to his YouTube page, Torian Rain Reloaded, and you guys should go watch his content. All right. Let's get to the calls. Appreciate you guys for your patience. Call it from area code 971. You're on live. What's your name and where are you calling from?
Hey, Afro Elite. This is Jacoby from Portland, Oregon. How you doing?
I'm good, brother. What's on your mind?
Not good, man. This is dangerous territory that they are playing with our lives. They are setting up. So, for instance, I remember you used to get beat up in high school. Those wounds heal. But these words, the vitriol, the venom, and then on top of that with and Carmelo Anthony and the two twins that in Georgia, that they're saying that they supposedly shot themselves with the same gun. And you see all this, and social media has really put I would say ethanol, gasoline, diesel, and napalm all in one, and they don't realize the storm that is coming. And black folks, FDA has been trying to tell them in a nicer way to not go down this route, because once they done with what they're trying to do, I said trying to do, they haven't succeeded, they will do to you. And they haven't learned that lesson. And I swear, I hope to God it's not going to happen. But if they mess around in Ohio with that case, it's going to be a powder keg. They're going to make George Floyd look like a training session. Okay? People are just not playing out here, and they're putting a target on my back. And I live here. You live in Chicago. You know, Tori lives, I think, down in the South. You could be walking, minding your own business.
Twain is in Maryland.
Maryland, I'm sorry. And you could be walking down the street minding your business, and it could be, we always had that saying that our lottery ticket's gonna get pulled one day, because they spilled this bullshit on social media. They set the tone that all black people are a problem and we have to be eliminated. Now, some don't say that, but that's what they imply. And I can see with my third eye what they're trying to do. Now, this Shiloh bitch, now what she got away with is going to set the tone for everybody to be harmed, black. And that's the problem here. And everybody wants to do fumble the words and have butterfinger mouth and babble and stuff. This is, at this point, it's not even a joke. It is very serious. And what Tatum Tits is doing and what Anton Downs is doing, it is a very dangerous road. I mean, Tatum Tits, he always justifies a police shooting. He always justifies, it could be a police from outer space. He'll justify that. So he's always justifying the police shooting. Police can never do no wrong.
Yep.
I understand he essay, but he what he was trying to do is counsel the person. I mean, it is gone beyond the realm of, we all have to look out for one another. We all have to be, and especially, I'll give you this point, I'm going to land the plane. They said racism doesn't exist. Oh, okay. So every time a brother or sister gets with the rope, they always call it suicide. Down in Vidor, Texas, there was a trucker. He got on TikTok and he was warned about Vidor, Texas. 2 months later after that, a brother was driving his truck. He ended up in Vidor, Texas. He took a rest stop at the Chevron gas station. They found his body in the woods and said he committed by himself. Make that make sense. But they, Crowder, Anton Daniels, Kansas Owens, Tatum Tits, the list goes on and on. They push this, and Megyn Kelly pushed this stuff for us to be killed out here or deleted. And we have to call this out. We have to, there has to be consequences. And I don't know what we can do, but if I do know, if they mess around with Cincinnati, them brothers down there are not playing. My third eye is open. I don't need to know. I don't know anybody I know of Cincinnati. I know if they play around like what that state attorney general is doing, it's gonna they're gonna make George Floyd look like a training session. I don't get this, man, and I just land my plane.
Appreciate you. Thank you, Jacoby. I appreciate you. Thank you. Hey, like he was saying, like he's saying, everybody ain't playing. Everybody ain't out here playing these games. They thinking everybody out here sweet and everybody is cool, green. Everybody ain't playing these games. Y'all mess around, y'all gonna have to find out the hard way. Folks ain't playing, especially about their children. Now, I'm gonna say something else before I pick up the next call. They're gassing Shiloh Hendricks up. They're making it seem like she's some type of hero. She's some type of patriot who's fighting for the right of free speech and fighting on behalf of all white people who've quote unquote been oppressed. They're saying that and they're gassing her up. Tatum is gassing her up. Matt Walls, Steven Crowderd. What's the other woman name? That white woman, Kelly. something Kelly, right? What's her name? I forgot her. I forgot her name. What's her name in the chat room? That racist KKK Kelly or something like that. Megan Kelly. They're doing all of that stuff, yet they're doing that in the safety of their own home on a computer. They're doing that on a computer in the safety of their own home, gassing people up. Lily Coleman gassing people up to do that. Now, okay, y'all gassing people up and y'all saying people should get rewarded. Now, black people are not tolerating no Shiloh Hendricks anymore. Gone are the days where black people pick up their phone and all like, this is wrong. You shouldn't be doing this. This is wrong. Gone are those days. Those days is over with. You might have seen that in like 2020 or whatever. Oh my God, how you gonna say that? Going up, those are over with. So y'all can gas people up to go attack black children, and y'all gonna see that the repercussions of that is not gonna be you going viral, or it's not just gonna be you going viral. That's all I'm gonna say, because you guys already know that I don't promote violence, but I'm saying that the energy is different out here, and folk ain't playing games. But let me get to the next caller from, and I appreciate your patience. Caller from area code 717. You're on live. What's your name and where you calling from?
What's up, Afro? Can you hear me, brother?
I hear you.
Yeah, this is Chris calling from Harrisburg, brother. How you feeling, man?
I'm good, brother. I'm good. How you doing?
Yeah, I'm gonna be real quick when I say this. What stood out to me what Antoine Downing said earlier about in the video clip, he said that we gotta fight fire with love, and we gotta put the fire out with love and all that. And if you wanna get rid of racism and anti-black racism, we gotta do it with love. And that's how well, here's the thing with that, right? And I'm gonna be real quick when I say this. Dr. Carl Anderson, or no, not Dr. Carl Anderson, I think it was just Dr. John Henry Clark. He said that it doesn't matter if you fight WS or not. It doesn't matter what you do with the dominant society. It does not matter one way or the other. It's rather if you fight them or not, they always will target us. Remember that. I want everybody in the chat to remember. It doesn't make a difference if you fight them or you do not. They will always target you. Rather, if you fall back, take your ball and go home, or you fight them head on, it also doesn't matter if we demand reparations or not. They are going to continue to target us. And I wanted everybody the FBA team to remember that and stand on business, man. B1 certified salute. Thanks for taking my call.
Appreciate you, brother. Appreciate you. Thank you. And I appreciate it. Let me just hop on that point real quick. Okay. This is why I say I played the video. It was earlier this week. It was Monday. It was this Monday where somebody forgot his name. He was all like, we shouldn't say reparations because if we say reparations, there's going to be pushback. Let me, just like the brother just said, let me be abundantly clear. There's always going to be pushback. Chris just said it. There's always going to be pushback. There's nothing you can do. With Carmelo was a good student. Carmelo had a bright future. Carmelo participated in after school events. Carmelo was a part of, he was involved in sports. Carmelo had saved the young kid's life. Carmelo had everything good going for him, and they still called him a thug over a situation of self-defense. There's nothing that you can do to please these people or even to slow these people down. So if that's the case, if acquiescing is not going to solve the problem, then you have to do the only other option. That's the only thing else you can do. All right. Call it from area code 760. You're on live. What's your name? Where are you calling from?
George Trusty, Victorville, California.
What's on your mind, brother?
Man, so they're fighting for the right to take in, for free speech, to take and insult disabled children. That is so pathetic. I mean, you talk about aiming low. I want out the right so I can slap a little blind black kid in the head. Now that's my constitutional right. What type of sick sociopathic garbage is this? That's what we're dealing with. We're dealing with a bunch of sociopaths. And the Walsh guy and everything, you guys are dealing with a bunch of autistics, a bunch of high functioning white racist autistics. So what does that involve? That involves they're sociopaths. They are, we call it, they have OCD, and this one right here, this is the big one, pathological liars. Pathological liars.
Yeah.
And they have no, we call they have no scruples, you know? They just don't care. They have no empathy. Like I just saw a video. I had to turn it off right away. This woman was up here trying to say that the Nubians were not black. I literally dropped my phone. I was about to stomp it. Then I remember, hey, who am I going to call if I stomp my phone? So I had to turn that shit off. They are taking this shit to the point of lunacy. And there's a spotlight on it, but nobody is paying attention. They're joining along with it. They're putting us in what I call the deadly circle. Everybody, take a piece of paper, okay? Draw a little circle in the middle. That's us, okay? Now, all this shit, this propaganda and everything, you know, draw each culture and everything, you know, in the circle. And draw a line when those little cultures through the little circle in the middle. That's what I call the deadly circle. If it fills up from north, south, east, and west of each one of these things, you know, we're done. They're already trying to take us out of history. That's just burning the books. Same thing Hitler did. We call it propaganda, bullshit propaganda. They're doing that shit. People are taking the Kool-Aid. They're doing everything down the book. And everybody is not calling it out because they figure, oh, I'm safe. I mean, the gypsies thought the same thing. I'm safe. I'm not a Jew. Well, look what happened there. And they were turncoats. They were turncoats against the Jews. Yes, they were turncoats. Guess what happened to them? They got sent to the concentration camps. And not only that, people thought, oh, they probably died in there from starvation. Oh, hell no. As soon as they got sent to the concentration camps, those Jewish folks took care of business, I bet you, immediately in handling that shit. And that's what we got. It's got to be consequences, like the last guy said. We are hitting critical mass of these damn Toms. None of this kumbaya shit. These motherfuckers are trying to get you and your children killed. Pretty soon, they're going to have some asshole sexually assault a little black girl and pull up one of those old Jim Crow laws saying, what the old Jim Crow law was a black woman could not be raped. You know what I mean? You ever heard that shit? When are they gonna pull that shit up? It's spiraling down to that fucking level. And it's up to us, you know. When is it gonna be enough? Until they trying to put us in the streets. Oh yeah, before I go, I like to give a shout out. We got a new black business that just popped up here in Victorville. It's owned by a sister. It's called Luxury Beauty Supply in Victorville on 7th Street. LUXYI. And you know, sisters, you need some stuff for your kids or whatever, creams, you know, the pomades or whatever, like they used to use when I was a kid, sulfurate. Now this is gonna have, it's huge. It used to be a supermarket, but you know, it's better than nothing. It's nice. Now, I'd like to know. I know I talk fast. You know how I am, really. I'd like to know what's your take on it.
Well, my take, I agree. And I also will say that it goes to show the degeneracy. Now, they want to talk about our culture. We name one single time in our culture where we've ever not just condoned, but condoned and then paid somebody for harming a child. any child,
Yeah.
ever, white, black, Asian, Hispanic, any child, we not just condoned, but we paid a grown adult for no other reason but harming a child. When have we ever done that? These people are so, this is a part of their culture. They're so degenerate, okay, that they believe that the harming of a black child should be rewarded. That's what they honestly do believe.
There's a disabled black child that can't say shit back.
Yeah.
Yep. Yeah, me. If that was me when I was a kid, I would call her, the H word, because they would, use my words and everything. But yeah, they are definitely stepping down to like it's in the Bible. Down is going to be up, and up is going to be down. But one good thing though, all things are going to be revealed. They're putting a spotlight on their degeneracy all over the world. You heard about what happened to this poor girl in South Africa? She got sexually assaulted by her principal, by her white principal.
No, I haven't heard about this story.
Oh yeah, and they basically gave him a slap on the wrist.
I'm not surprised.
They basically gave him a slap. It's nothing new. Same thing they used to do on the plantations. And you notice when they go do these safari porn videos, where they go check out these villagers and all that shit, what are they always doing? They always put the camera on these naked kids and everything.
Yeah,
guys, you guys are fucking sick. So okay, I guess I'll let you go so you can let the next caller come in there for late.
Appreciate you, brother. Appreciate you.
Wait, before I go, people, check out my video, Secrets of Black American Ethnicity Part 1. For some reason, when I type that up in the comment sections or something, YouTube deletes it.
They do that. Yeah, they do that. They'll never admit to it.
Ronnie.
But they'll.
Yeah,
they
Ronnie.
Appreciate you.
Ronnie Spot. All right.
All right. Have a good one.
Yeah, you too.
Appreciate y'all patience. Appreciate the callers' patience. Thank you all for that and your support. Caller from area code 415. You're on live. What's your name? Where you calling from?
This is Don P. I'm calling from the other end of that state. I'm calling from San Francisco, California.
Don, how you doing,
and,
brother?
I'm good, Afro nephew, man. I always love what you're doing, and then, I love to see the family, Miss DC, Toy, and all our folks, man. So it's really like coming home, and now we done put the cues on the grill, and so now it's time to cook. This Tatum dude, first of all, I would love to see his law enforcement jacket, because I would love to see why he's not in law enforcement any longer. I would love to know that. That's first. Secondly, there's an issue, and I probably need to cap that issue before we go in real quick. There's a thing throughout history that's called blanqueamiento. And basically what it is a historic eraser. So everything that was black, they make it white. And when people don't know history, they don't understand, and you fall right in line with the miseducation that was given to Tatum Tots. Because he calls himself a Christian. And I see his what he might think is badges of honor with all them markings on his body, which he shouldn't be doing. But at any rate, that's beside the point. Because he does not know history. Oh, I wrote in the chat, and this is the main question. should a person who uses harmful, abusive, or hateful language be monetarily rewarded for those actions? That's the only question in this whole issue with old, I swear, man, she's gonna look like the wicked witch of the West in about 5 years. Let her hit that wall. She will look like that.
Yeah.
But that's the only question to be answered. It's not about no legal defense or anything. See, that's what they do all the time. But we won't talk about them. I want to get back on this coon and his whole plantation mentality through the indoctrination of American Christianity, which is simply white supremacy. So remember, I said blanqueamiento, which is what they did a lot of in South America, and have the whole mindset. That's where you bleaching and everything like that. White is supreme, and we give you these religions with all these white people anyway, and that's what your God is supposed to look like. But here's the reality. Here's the reality of the matter. If you truly want to understand and read, because, you know, his Christianity is nothing but Roman religion synchronized with their Roman gods, which causes the blanqueamiento of the true people that the world, the one who the world calls Jesus, what his true name is Yahushua, which is, you might translate it as Joshua. You might translate that in English as Joshua. But the reality is this: that individual that they call Jesus, he said he came to do one thing. He came to save his people. His people. Get that down in your mind. And remember blanqueamiento. Now, my man says he's a Christian. And that's an interesting term because that's not the original name. They were called people of the way, you know, followers of Yahushua, but really they were called Messianics, and that was Christians. Now, check this out. In the book of Acts, it says, in the 11th chapter, in the 26th verse, it says, and when he had found them, he brought them to Antiochia. See, the Most High always puts his name in things that are important to him. Antiochia. And it came to pass that the whole year they assembled themselves together, the assembly, not a church, anyway, with the assembly, and they taught much people. And the disciples, or their followers, they were called Messianiacs, Christians in, like, you know, italics. First in Antioch. Now, I need you to understand what that whole Messianiac was. Check this out. When you go to chapter 13, verse 1, it says, now they were there, there were assembly at the Antiochia, certain prophets and teachers, as Barnabas and Simeon, that was called Nigger, and Laquesis, and so forth and so on. These are Laquesis, and they tell you where those people are from. They're from places in Africa, right? But they were first called this in Antioch, and one of the people that was part of this group was called Nigger. So wait a minute. You mean Christian means nigger? Nigger means, well, you know what nigger means.
Mm-hmm.
And this has been a word that has followed us throughout our existence of these 400 years, 400, 500 years. But let me tell you what the point of the matter is. Why we can't understand, why we don't have a clue. I'm going to wrap it up with this. Psalms 83, a psalm of the South. O Alua, who shall compare to thee? Be not silent, neither be still, O Alua. Behold, thine enemies have made a noise. They have, and they that hate thee have lifted up the head. Against thy people, they have craftily imagined a device and have taken counsel against thy saints. They have said, come, let us utterly destroy them out of the nation, and let the name of Yasharel be remembered no more at all. For they have taken counsel together with one another, one consent. They have made a confederacy against thee. Even the tens of the Edomians, and it gives a bunch of other nations, and you would have to understand the table of nations and who these people are in modern day. But everyone is against us. This is what it said, the nations, all the nations that the Most High knows, there's only 70 of them. Forget what the United Nations say, there's only 70 nations, but they all are against us. But what you were seeing, my brother, on a macro level, you're seeing the changing of the time. What you're seeing going on in the Sahel, which is where we're from, this is where our lineage, our ancestry was taken from. You're seeing the rise there. That is the remnant of the tribe of Judah rising up first, even as it was prophesied. You said, see, we, in our current state and all this bullcrap we're going through and have gone through, we were the tail in society. Everybody would rise above us. Everybody that came into the United States rose above the black man, the black people. But what you're watching is you're watching the Most High change the position. And so he deserves all glory and praise. So, yeah, Christians, through the blockio of white supremacy, Christians were niggers. Okay? Those who followed Yahushua, the one who died for us to restore our nation back, to take us from out of the curses of Deuteronomy, yeah, he was a nigger. And if you looked at his life, he was homeless. The government hated him. And I'm going to land my plane there, man, because I know there's other people that want to get on. But if you really want to understand what's going on, you're watching prophecy unfold in front of your face. Peace.
It's deep, brother. That's deep, bro. I appreciate you. All right. Okay. Caller from area code, and I tremendously do appreciate all of y'all patience. Caller from area code 657. You're on live. What's your name and where are you calling from?
Hey, what's up, Afro Elite? Hey, man, it's D from Cali.
D, what's on your mind, brother?
I just want to say, and I'm going to say it a couple of times, Afro Elite does not promote violence. Afro Elite does not promote violence.
That's true.
But, you know, these people out here, they can pull these little Shiloh Hendrix little moves and play with black folks, kids out here, man, and go up in these restaurants and spill the N-word and, you know, do all this anti-black rhetoric, whether it be the white supremacists or these sympathizers, you know, the Latinos or, you know, whatever nationality group that want to, you know, have that white supremacist ideology. I'm going to just tell you, it's a different breed of black folks nowadays, a way different breed of black folks. Not the black folks from the 40s and the 50s, not even the 60s. I'm telling you right now, we're on a whole different time. If you messing around and abusing black folks' kids with the anti-black rhetoric or trying to attack them or whatever you're doing, the type of time we're going to be on Hinton time.
Hey.
Like I said again, Afro Elite does not provoke violence, but he does not control all 48 million FBAs. I'm letting the white supremacists know right now. They can play games. They can play dumb. They can get pumped up off all kind of narcotics and get online and amp their brethren up. I'm just letting you know, the Black Americans of today, in this day and age I'm living in, is a whole completely different time. If you come by trying to, attack their kids or come by with some anti-Black rhetoric and with violence, it's going to be a whole different type of game, and I don't think they're going to be ready for it. So, and even with the Sambo class, Tatum and the twins and all that, they better watch out, because if the gang culture gets start focusing on the Sambo class, it'll be a real bad look for them out there. You know what I'm saying? So they really need to be paying attention to what's going on and the energy of what's going on, because a lot of young folks also listen to you, Afro Elite, and they listen to the Black conscious community. Don't think they just listen to the Adam 22s and all the BS podcasts that they got going on there. They also listen to you, so they also in tune with the anti-Black rhetoric that these folks like Shiloh and KKK Kelly and them pushing. So just know, y'all thought the guy in the restaurant, took a L. Keep on getting pumped up and try the FBAs, and it's not gonna be a good look for him. But that's all I gotta say. B1.
B1, brother. Hey, that's true. That's 100% true. You guys are gassing up and putting a battery in the back of people who gonna find out the hard way. They're gonna find out the hard way that we ain't to play with. We ain't nobody to play with. They're gonna find that out the hard way. Now, Tatum's not gonna get out there and do that. Chowder, what's his name? Crowder, whatever his name is, Crowder, Louder, whatever his name is. He ain't gonna do that. Matt Walsh ain't gonna do that. Megyn Kelly ain't gonna do that. Ain't none of them gonna do that, but they'll put a battery in the back of somebody like Shiloh or whatever. Okay, and y'all try. Okay, if y'all want to learn the hard way, y'all go ahead and do that. Caller from area code 906. You're on live. What's your name? Where are you calling from?
My name is Kwali.
Kwali, where are you calling from, brother?
I'm out in Michigan right now. I'm from Brooklyn.
Okay.
I just wanted to say that Black fatigue is a thing now, and just like woke and a rapper being Black and all that. I think that the guy that shot the cops up and he didn't shoot a cop. The guy that ran over a cop and killed him and wherever he was from. I think we should say it's white fatigue, and he killed the cop over white fatigue. Because how many times that the cops killed our kids and got away with it? That's all. That's like all I want to say. Like, we should flip it on them. Flip this new word that they got for us on them. It's white fatigue. He did it over white fatigue. How many times the cops killed us and got away with it?
Yeah. When you put people in a country and you tell these people that there are certain rules and there's consequences for doing wrong things, and then you allow, now mind you, this is still in Ohio, and then you allow Tamir Rice, a 12-year-old, to be killed by the police with impunity, okay? And then you say that's completely justified, and the person who did it, Timothy Loman, shouldn't be punished. And you allow a culture of police being able to get away with being judge, jury, and executioner. That creates an environment, and this is the inevitable reaction and pushback that you're going to get when you create an environment that pushes people to this limit. I'm talking about, we've dealt with this from slavery to Jim Crow to Reconstruction to the crack epidemic that they put in our community, to stuff going on right now. If anybody has any fatigue, you're 100% correct. It's us.
Right.
We are the only people who have any justification of having some fatigue, which we really do. Even science backs this up, that we have fatigue. We are the ones who, they want to talk about some black fatigue when they've been the ones oppressing and targeting us. We're the only people who have any real fatigue.
Their fatigue is having to look online to find some goofy story on the news or something that black people do. Half of them people don't even live around black people. What fatigue do y'all have? Y'all don't live around us.
Yeah.
How's
they talk
it
about
fatigue?
crimes, the crimes that don't affect them. According to these crimes don't even affect you.
They just look online like, oh, black people's doing this and black people's doing that. Like, how are you fatigued? The eyeballs got fatigued. Stop searching for, like, that's what Tariq Nasheed said. It's like trauma porn. Y'all look for things that be like mad about. Like, it's crazy. But I'm trying to say, just like the kid that killed, like, he was drunk and he killed a bunch of white people and they try to make up a word because he was never told no in his life. I forget what the kid's name was.
I forgot his name. It was a situation. I think it was a DUI situation where he was drinking, he was driving, and they claimed,
and he killed a bunch of white people.
The audience, he was drinking and he was driving and he got into an accident and he killed a lot of people. He crashed the car, killed a lot of people, bystanders. Okay, they weren't in the car. He crashed the car, killed a lot of people, and he was acquitted because they said
they made a word
up so privileged. He literally, his brain didn't understand.
They made a word up.
Influenzas.
They made a word up. And infringe some goofy word. They made some word up.
Was it affluenza or influence? It was affluenza.
Affluenza or some goofy shit. Some goofy white word up. And he got off with it. That's crazy to me. They make these words up like woke. A rapper means you, like, when they say rapper on the news when somebody dies, like, I never heard of this guy before, but rapper just means black a nigga or some stupid shit. They make these words up. We should flip these words, since the guy that ran over the cop and killed him, he should be able to say he had white fatigue and that's why he killed the guy. That's what I'm saying.
Hey, man.
We should make white fatigue a word. Just like they can make black fatigue a word, we should make white fatigue a word. We're tired of cops killing our children. And he killed them because of white fatigue. Just like the kid that got to run over a whole bunch of white people and got, he only ran him over because he was never told no. They just make up words. DI, everything code words. That's all I had to say.
That's true. That's a good point. That's a good point.
And all right, good night. Everybody have a good night, yo.
Appreciate you, brother. Appreciate you. You have a good one. Hey, that's a good point. If anybody is suffering from fatigue, it's us. Call it from area code 267. You're on live. What's your name and where you calling from?
Afro Elite. This is Curtis. I'm calling from Philly.
Curtis, brother, what's on your mind?
All right. Yeah, I just wanted to you know that brother that called, I think it was 2 calls before, he was talking about Christians was called niggers.
Yeah, Don.
Something like that. No, man.
Not Don.
Christian only means like Christ. Yeah, Christian only means like Christ. That's all that means. It don't mean nigger. That means Christian is called Christ-like.
Okay.
And no, because like he said in Antioch, you understand, when the Pharisees and the Sadducees seen Jesus' disciples, they called them Christians, and Christians only means Christ-like. That's all. It don't mean nigga. And Christianity came from the Catholic Church. Catholic Church is the oldest church, and the oldest church, the Catholic Church named all the religions like Islam and all that, because Islam is only like 1,100 years old. Buddha is only maybe like 12 or 1,300 years old. The Catholic Church named all the church. The Catholic Church. And the Bible was never called the Bible. The Bible was called the Holy Scripture. And we are called holy people because the Bible says without holiness, no man shall see the Lord. We are called holy people. What does holy mean? Holy means mercurial people. You are mercurial, brother. And actually, I don't want to talk to you about that, but I can get deep into it. But my pastor, you ever heard of Pastor Geno Jennings?
I think so. The name
Well,
kind
he got
of
a check. Yeah, well, he got the main headquarters is in Philadelphia, where I'm from. His name is Pastor Geno Jennings, and he comes on YouTube every Sunday. You can find him on YouTube. And brother, this brother does not have no written ceremony out. He's strictly from the Holy Scriptures. The Bible was never called the Bible. The Bible was called the Holy Scriptures because the Lord said, "Be ye holy, because the Lord your God is holy." We are called holy people. So, like I said, if you get a chance, look them up on YouTube, brother. And another thing, I want to tell you first. Thanks a lot, brother, after you for what you do, man. Tyreek, what's the other one? Vicky Dillon, Phil Scott, who was Afro Elite, man, and what's called church. And man, I am so proud of y'all, brother. I'm telling you, you just don't know, man. For real, man. I mean, I get mad sometimes. Because sometimes, I got it on automatic for the pop up on my phone and everything.
Mm-hmm.
And sometimes it don't come through. It'll pop through and I forget. Something. Oh man, Afro Lee come on today. You understand? So man, like I said, but we FBAs, we are some kind and humble people. Because I think that little boy that what's her name, Shiloh, the white lady, what's her name, Shiloh?
Yeah, Shiloh Hendricks.
Yeah, Shiloh Hendricks. Yeah, because I believe the little boy was Somali, and I believe the man that was filmed, I believe that was his uncle.
Mm.
So that's let you know that no matter if the kid look like us, we're going to defend that kid. You understand? Because the Bible also says that if you cause any of these little ones to sin, you might as well take a millstone, put it around your neck, and throw yourself into the depths of the sea. And Antoine and the other guy, man, they clowns, man. I wrote to them and said, you better pray that your car don't break down in a sundown town. You understand?
Yeah, for real.
Like I said, brother. So like I said, these people, man, all this, what they call these people are sick, man. The way people talking about what's that word y'all be using? Frack. What it's called?
You said frack?
That word, frack. Yeah, frack. These people are what it is, man. They scared, man, because their time is up, man. They're scared.
Mm-hmm.
They're scared. That's all it is. They're scared because we don't shut down everything they try to do to us, man. That's one thing I love about our people, man. Man, no matter, we go through adversity and still come out clean on the other side, man. Don't ever let nobody tell you what you can do or what you cannot do. Because once you get God in you, greatest heat is in you, that's heat is in the world, brother. You understand, Afro Elite, man? You stand tall, man. You stand tall, man. Don't let these people try to well you tell us anyway, but don't let them try to shun you, man. I can see, brother, that God is going to use you, brother. I'm telling you, man. But if you get a chance, I don't want to talk to you, I know other people will come on, but if you get a chance, his name is Pastor Geno Jennings, brother. You understand? If the brother is deep, I'm telling you, man. I mean, the brother's the truth. You understand?
Yeah, I'm gonna check him out. I'm gonna check him out, brother. Yeah, I'm gonna check him out.
Yeah, like I said, keep your head up, man, and God bless you and your family, man. And if you get a chance to see Afro Lee or Tyree, brother, Tom, man, I'm good to y'all, man. You understand? Because the truth will set you free. And always talk truth to power, because when you talk truth to power, you will always win, brother, because a lie have wings, the truth has feet. I'm going to say that again. A lie has wings, and the truth has feet. A lie will get to you first, but a lie cannot stand. It cannot stand. Always speak truth to power, and my young brother, you will always come on top. I'm telling you, you know. Okay, man. God bless you, man. Okay, man. And you have a blessed day, okay?
Thank you, brother. Thank you.
Okay, you're welcome. Okay.
Appreciate you. We're gonna take a couple more. Appreciate y'all for patience. I appreciate y'all most definitely. And I appreciate the chat room for staying with us. I didn't even plan. We what, over 3.5 hours in. We 3.5 hours in, and y'all still locked in. Love y'all. Caller from area code 720. You're on live. What's your name and where you calling from?
B1 salute. This is Jesse Paris, aka Chan Crum out of Denver, Colorado.
What's on your mind, brother?
Can y'all hear us clearly? Because I don't know if I got a bad reception or.
Yeah, you can be heard.
All right, B1 salute to the family. Peace to the chat. Peace to you, Afro. Keep doing what you do. We've been saying over here at Frontline Campaign, Frontline Black News, for at least 5 years, we're at war. So I appreciate the family getting on code. Right before me is the compensatory code concepts from our great elder, RIP to him, Nelly Fuller Jr. We stay on code. We out here in Colorado, ain't too many of us out here, especially those of us on code. But we out here in the West, in the Rocky Mountain West, and we just want to let y'all know that, and we appreciate what you're doing. Get on code. We are at war, Black family. Like, if you ain't seen all the examples that y'all just displayed tonight, and the callers have outlined before you, if you don't know by now that we're at war, then you're a lost cause. But we stay codified out here in the Mile High, so keep in mind all 9 areas of human activity at which we're at war in. And those are economics, education, entertainment, labor, law, politics, which I'm heavily involved in. I ran for office 3 times in my city and state, and religion, sex, and war in all 9 areas. And some say health and nutrition. So stay codified, keep your power tools. We are in an active war. Every time you step out, just know you're at war. And there's some that look like you that are unfortunately the enemy because they're working with it. That's the only way this system of injustice can continue to exist. So we need to replace that with a system of justice. And like we said, Tariq and others throughout the new Black media, because we're considered part of new Black media as well signal boosters of it. We've been saying for at least a decade plus. I started off on Professor Black Truth to be truthful, but so we keep our power tools. So keep your power tools. If you don't ever know, something's gonna come up, Black family. So what I was gonna say is we need to replace this system, this wicked, evil, vile system that we live in, known as the global system of racism and white supremacy. And those as FBA, we need to continue to get on code because we are causing a seismic shift in the paradigm, in the narrative of what's really going on. So continue to do what you do. They B1 codified, saluted. We need to replace that with a system of justice, which guarantees that nobody is mistreated by the color of their skin. And those that need the most constructive help get it in a constructive manner. So keep doing the damn thing. This is F around and find out season. So you suspected white supremacists and your minions, and those are yet I think y'all can say nigga, 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 but you ain't a nigga, nigga, nigga. When it's time to see a nigga, 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 see Black, then we are going to acknowledge that and continue to expose you tethers, you off-brands, you off-coded individuals. So shout out to you, Afro. Shout out to Torian. Shout out to Vicky Dillard. Shout out to so many. We are the voice of revolution. And this is the reparations generation. We're going to get what is rightfully owed to us. So, like we seeing, this is the enemy, the Caucasoid's last hurrah. And that's why they put the orange tangerine in. But we ain't new to this. We true to this. And we're going to keep doing the damn thing. So appreciate you, Afro Elite. Appreciate you, family. Much love from the Mile High. Salute.
Salute, brother. Thank you. Hey, this generation is moving different, y'all. This generation is moving different. They not ready for it. I'm going to say this before I get to the other caller. And then we'll wrap it up there. I'm going to say this. Ever since the end of slavery, white supremacists have always had, anytime they feel like their dominance of white power, anytime they feel the white hierarchy, the racial hierarchy is shaky, they always cry that there's this attack on white people. That's exactly what the KKK used to say, that black people are attacking white people. It's no different. Like Torian, he famously quotes, they're their clancestors. They are the same thing. They're just the reincarnation of their clancestors. The KKK used to say that the government is betrayed us and is turning against white people, only because white people weren't allowed to just do whatever they wanted to with impunity. Because of that, the government has turned against white people. Anytime they can't get their way, they're a bunch of spoiled adult children. And anytime they can't get their way because they think that the world belongs to them, they feel like they're being persecuted. That's their history. All right. Caller from area code 864. You're on live. What's your name and where you're calling from?
B1 salute from Charleston, South Carolina. Brother Ricky Manor here. How you doing?
Brother, I'm good. How you doing?
Loving life and living the dream. One thing that I've been trying to warn people is that they've been inching closer and closer to trying to bring the anti-black racism to the mainstream since Candace Owens. I saw the direction of that is when she came out with Kanye West with that White Lives Matter jersey, and all of these white people that were claiming they were non-racist conservatives, the All Life Matter crew, were talking about how, Candace Owens is on point. But, then they turned their language over and it turned out to be something in the mainstream. And what used to be exclusive to those white supremacist websites are now mainstream, as you can see. But now that it's out in the open, I'm going to, piggyback off what you said about the power tools. Here in South Carolina, we need to carry everywhere. Wherever state you're in, know your power tools laws and watch how we move. For instance, family reunions, we don't need to be advertising that on Facebook or on social media because these people are watching us. They know where we gather so they can try to do something stupid. Church, well, in the state of South Carolina, I don't know where you're from, but in the state of South Carolina, you can only carry in a church with written consent from the pastor. Well, if your pastor won't write you consent, then don't go to that church, because they always catch us when we're soft targets, if you know what I mean.
Mm-hmm.
So that's the thing is,
so I got to check the rules about that.
Yeah, depending on where you are in Illinois, I don't know the power tools laws up there in Illinois, but here in South Carolina, I'm glad I'm in a state that I can carry. But we need to be on point. Whenever you go out with your children, that's when they try to mess with you. Anywhere where you're a soft target, you see what I'm saying? So, so me as a truck driver, they tell me that I can't carry in in a company truck, but I carry in a company truck because I'm not going to get caught slipping, especially if they send me somewhere like Alabama or Mississippi. I'm not going to be caught up in Alabama or Mississippi, slipping.
That's a good point. That is a good point.
Yep.
I mean, the only way they're gonna find it, let's say for whatever reason it gets found, and at the most, what are you gonna get? Maybe a ticket or a fine, at most, depending on maybe you might get in some legal trouble, but it's always better to your truck breaks down, you in a sundown town, whatever the case may be, and you don't have no type of protection. Man, I'd rather take my chances. I'd rather take my chances with the law in that case.
I gotta, one thing too that really, chaps my hide is when these Democratic shills were picking this mess with these white folks. You see what I'm saying?
Mm-hmm.
And now that, Trump is in office and these people are feeling free to say what it is they want to say and do what it is they want to do, they're over there getting arrested for these illegal immigrants as they sat back and pretty much stoked the flames of the fire. Your Al Sharptons, your Messi Jacksons, your Benjamin Chumps, all of these people were like stirring the flames, and now they're not even thinking about us when we got a South Africans coming into America. And as I was telling Black Authority Saturday night, these people are coming here with a chip on their shoulder. They're fleeing their country to get over here and be a part of, what the dominant society. And these are the ones we really need to be worried about because they got a point to prove when they get here. And they got diplomatic immunity.
That's true. That's true. Plus, and I played a live stream yesterday, and there were more clips I could play, but they were a little bit too graphic and violent, and I didn't want to play that on YouTube. But these people are from a culture where you can openly abuse Black people with no repercussion or consequence. In 2025, you can't go no place where it's an open white only pool and a Black child will be physically attacked for swimming in a white only pool. In South Africa, they have that. So they're coming over here. They're going to realize the hard way that it's a big cultural difference from how they act to Black people over in South Africa and how they better treat Black people in America. If they think that we sweet like South Africans, they're going to learn the hard way like we not. They're going to learn the hard way that we not. And I'm not promoting violence. I'm just saying there's a big cultural difference.
Well, look at where they're putting these people. They're putting them in Idaho, like out west. And they're saying that they're farmers, but aren't the farmers here struggling? And on top of that, if they're putting them out west, that's a place where they could be around a bunch of white people, right?
Mm-hmm.
Where we better be extra careful. And the reason I say that is because if we're traveling out those ways, we got them people in the mix. Those are the ones who got something to prove. Like I say, don't move that way without your power tools.
That's true.
I mean, so yeah, and they got diplomatic immunity because I mean, a lot of these Latino immigrants that were coming in doing all that mess and wasn't getting arrested was because they had diplomatic immunity. So imagine coming over here without diplomatic immunity. You could get away with doing whatever it is you want to do, pretty much. So they're trying to steamroll us. They're trying to steamroll us. And the part that I just want to make everybody aware of is that now that they want to put that out in the open, we need to be prepared. You know what I'm saying? Because we don't even know who our allies are anymore. We don't have any, not as a people. That's why I get upset every time these Democrats come in and they try to put everybody else on our stage. And if something was to happen to us, they'll put in, the whole Palestine situation, or, they'll try to make it where they can try to win back the Black vote, because there's going to be a lot of mess that's going to happen between now and when Trump leaves the office. They're trying to win back that Black vote, and they're going to use them to do it. That's just the way I see.
You saying they're going to use the white South Africans? Who are they going to use? What did you say?
White South Africans. They're going to use the racial bigotry that's already circulating here in the United States. That's open. They're going to try to use all that to win back the Black vote. They're going to say, see, look, under Trump, this was the kind of racism that was going on. When they were being negligent the whole time, because the Biden-Harris administration could have done something about that when they were in power. But instead, they were just sitting here playing patty cake with it. There was no hate crime bills passed. There was nothing done. So they could have done something about it when they were in power. Now that they're not in power, they're just going to sit back and let the flames burn, and then come back and say that they got something to put the flames out with. But when they come back around in 2028, they're not going to be carrying water to put out those flames. They're just going to be bringing more gasoline.
That's true. That's true. Even the way they're framing the situation with Shiloh Hendricks, you have the shills like Roland Martin and stuff like that. They're trying to frame all of the people who donate to Shallow Hendrix as MAGA. You know, even though this situation necessarily is not a political situation, we don't know if Shallow is. I mean, I'm not going to be surprised if she was, but this isn't a political situation. But they're going to use every single example of racism as MAGA attacking black people. And they're going to say, look, and they're going to allow it to pile up. And they're going to say, you see what happens? We told you guys not to let Trump in. And then what happened? You had the Shallow Hendrix, and then you had them, and then you had this and this and this. Now you guys got to listen to us, because if you don't want this to happen again, you guys got to have a Democrat in office. I can see that's what they're doing.
Yep. And the thing is, they're going to play politics with us. And there's a lot of people that are in the MAGA movement that's sitting there talking about, or, you know, praising Shallow Hendrix. One of the reasons that I backed away from it was what all the stuff was going on with the black fatigue thing. I was like, no, I don't want people to look at me and see me as one of those guys. Now, I ain't gonna sit here in front with you. I mean, the only thing I got to do is just regurgitate some conservative talking points and get my bag. You see what I'm saying? But I'm not gonna go down that rabbit hole. I can't. You know what I'm saying? Because now we're trading in dangerous territory.
Yeah, that's true.
If that makes any sense. So, you know, when people are sitting there talking about black fatigue, I'm noticing there's a lot of tethers that's talking that mess too. They'll put on a MAGA hat and just start talking trash about black folks. And, you know, I've been like slamming them left or right on TikTok. You know, I mean, they don't realize the hostile environment that they're building, because when these people go full steam, they're not going to care if you're a tether. They're just going to see black skin and, you know, see you as a target, you know, so they need to really chill out on that. We gotten too comfortable in our state of integration, if you ask me.
I agree. You know, in the situation with Myron, and this Myron is indicative of a lot of the mindsets of tethers. They believe that because Myron, sometimes he'll refer to himself as black when convenient, but he'll also refer to himself as Somali, and then he'll refer to himself as Arab. I've heard him even refer to himself as white one time. I literally have. I'm not lying to you. It's on YouTube. But he believes that he's like a Negro Arab. He's like a dark-skinned white person, like psychologically. So he believes that when black people get targeted, he's going to be separated. He believes that he's isolated away from the rest of black people. Okay. And this is the problem with a lot of them. They think that being quote unquote Somali or being Afro Arab or whatever the case is, they believe that separates them from black people, which is us. So they believe that the targeting is just going to be us. And this is because they don't understand that, I think Nelly Fuller said this, we are all in the world one big Negro. So when they come, when a Dylan Roof goes to a church to target black people, you think he gonna pass? I want you to really think about this, chat room. If a Dylan Roof goes to a church, or Peyton Gendron goes to a grocery store and he starts targeting black people, you think he gonna skip Myron because he's Somali? You think he's gonna target all just FBA and he gonna allow Myron to escape safely? You think so? Or you think he gonna get him too? And I'm gonna leave it at
they definitely gonna get him that smoke. They definitely gonna give him that smoke. They'll probably get him first, because a lot of them will see him as the people we went over to the Middle East to fight. One thing that I wanted to point out as well, when you were talking about Myron Gaines, you know, they started that show with Fresh and Fit, and it started like, you know, as a red pill thing, and now they're delving into the politics. But what's happening is, the reason that they are going into the political sphere instead of like that whole manosphere stuff is because that movement is dead. You see what I'm saying?
Yeah.
A lot of those black men that were sitting at home talking trash about black women during the pandemic, well, they had to get off their butts and go back to work. So they didn't make it on social media like they thought they were during the pandemic, because there was a lot of people that was trying to get themselves to that next level. And then, you know, as you saw, slowly but surely, when people started calling people back to work, these people are faded away. And now they had to take it to the next level. So they just changed their grift up, and it's not, that's really not working for them. I don't know why they think it is, and the only people that gives them steam are the people that repost their videos. You see what I'm saying? But they don't have any, they don't have a solid platform.
No, they don't. No, they don't. You're exactly right. During the pandemic, it was a whole lot of people who got on, and at first it became, we're talking about women and disrespecting men and all of that stuff. Then it started to slowly go to the only women that they refer to are black women. So the issue isn't about women and men in general. Now the issue is solely about black women specifically. That's the only type of women that they have a problem with. Okay. And it became this thing of everything we do, we just got to talk about how disrespectful and ghetto and unattractive and terrible black women are, or whatever. And the thing is that has a short runway. So eventually when COVID starts letting up, and that's not entertaining. That stuff is not going to be entertaining forever. So yeah, they're gonna have to pivot. They're gonna have to pivot, and they can't really land anywhere else. That's the thing. He's trying to, but he's struggling landing in another niche.
Well, he still got to compete with Tommy Sotomayor. You see what I'm saying? The Tommy Sotomayor has that lockdown on Rumble, because when Tommy Sotomayor left YouTube, or he got kicked off YouTube, he's on Rumble now. So basically, they're still having to compete with Tommy Sotomayor. Tommy Sotomayor's audience is over 15 years old. They're not getting anywhere with that. And with them, they had Tommy Sotomayor on the show before. Oh my gosh, that was a fiasco. But yeah, so you could go anywhere, TikTok, YouTube, and hear people talking about black women. So they got to find themselves another niche now. And that's not landing for them because, people really don't want to hear that mess anymore.
Yeah, it doesn't. That's always going to have a short runway. It doesn't.
Yeah.
These people, the whole, not even just Fresh and Fit, brother, the whole manosphere. Nobody who used to be in the manosphere is taken serious anymore. There's several videos online about the manosphere. Then it was a situation not long ago. They were saying the manosphere, they should blame Kevin Samuels, because Kevin Samuels, he talked about dating, but Kevin Samuels was never a part of the manosphere necessarily. Even though he had his thing where he was talking about dating, he never was a part. I don't even think he ever really collabed with the manosphere like that. He always kept his distance from that. And then I saw a video where Myron was all like, oh, it's Kevin. Kevin should have put us on, or whatever the case is. So now they're all pointing a finger at each other as to why the manosphere collapsed. So now they got.
Let me tell you what
going on.
Let me tell you why the manosphere collapsed, though. I went to one of those manosphere events in Atlanta, right?
Mm-hmm.
And there was a few brothers there that was on point. You know what I'm saying? But Atlanta is the worst place to hold an event like the Black Manosphere meetup, because you got beautiful black women all across Atlanta. If you can't find a beautiful black woman in Atlanta, it's because you don't want to. But I met some of the people in person. What was the guy's name? He looks like the Penguin. Because when Pearly Things did that thing, and Pearly was trying to reach out to get validation after that whole fiasco with Nick Fuentes, everybody came to jump to her rescue. Anton Daniels, the down, he's down low, so nobody's taking him serious.
Mm-hmm.
Who else? Then Obsidian came in. I'm like, not Obsidian, because I met him face to face. This dude walks on a cane. How are you going to be a black man trying to tell young black men how to treat black women or how to control black women? You walking on a cane. Dude, if Marvel Comics wanted to redo the Batman series, right, Obsidian could be the perfect Penguin.
Damn.
Seriously.
Yeah, you ain't lying.
So look at the type of people that are telling a young black man how to date. Nobody's looking up to people like that anymore. And if you're on social media trying to find somebody to show you how to put you up on game on how to deal with a black woman, then that shows me that these people don't have elders in their family that could have put them on. it was. I mean, it just put our dysfunction out there. That's what the manosphere done. They inadvertently done that. So, and then they come from come from the stance of being conservatives. But at the end of the day, all that was just smoke and mirrors, just trying so they could get some fan base. You know, it was just a bunch of nonsense. I was reading your chat and somebody said Angry Man is a KEWN too.
Mm-hmm.
That guy's a clown. But see, and a lot of them are. They're upset because they were the ones who were not picked in high school. So in their adult life, they're still angry at black women. But nowadays, like I say, all that is a sign of us being comfortable in our state of integration, because we shouldn't be having these conversations online where you have black men trashing black women and black women trashing black men. That's something that should not even be happening.
Yeah. And the thing is, and not only are they not picked, right? Let me ask you this, and this is a oxymoron that they do all the time, which is why people don't take them serious. People will respect, even if they disagree. People will respect somebody who stands for something, even if they disagree. People will respect you for standing on some principle or belief. Let me ask you this, right? Myron says he's not attracted to black women. He doesn't like black women. He's not interested in them. He wouldn't date them all the time. Yet black women are the main women he discusses. And this goes for the manosphere in general. None of the manospheres, all of them say that they're not checking for black women. They're not interested in black women. And all of this, that they would pass black women. The black women are the least desirable. Yet they are the main women that Myron Gaines and all of the rest of the manosphere discuss. Does it make sense if I told you that I don't believe in mermaids? If I said I don't believe mermaids exist, right? Would it make sense for me to continuously talk about mermaids? How much sense does it make? If I say I don't believe mermaids exist, and every time you talk to me, I'm all like, I just want you to know I don't believe mermaids exist. I can't believe people believe mermaids exist. And I'm constantly talking about mermaids. You would think like, dude, if you don't care, why do you keep bringing them up if you don't care? This is why people don't respect you.
Right. And not only that, but I mean, it's also low vibrational energy that they put out there on themselves when they start talking about black women, because it's like, we as a community, black love is something that I think it needs to be modeled, and these people are upset because they're not in a position to model it. You know, they always talking about the black women pick the Pookies and the Ray Rays. So I'm gonna piggyback off what you said. If you don't like black women, you're not attracted to them, then why are you worried about the men that they're picking? Why are you worried about the Pookies and the Ray Rays? So it shows me that you really are attracted to black women, right? But you're going to make podcasts, you know, throwing stones at them because you can't land one that's of your caliber, or, you know, you're not of the caliber that you're supposed to be. Because what's the first thing they say? They don't like gold diggers, but they brag about the money that they make.
Yeah,
okay,
true.
So if you're bragging about the money that you're making, then you don't like gold diggers, but you end up with a gold digger, then what you got yourself, you advertise yourself as a gold digger. So if you hook up with a gold digger, then what's going to happen when they take you for a ride? And I'll be the first one to tell you. And I'll say this, and I said this many times before. If you think that these black women can be problematic, wait till you get with a white woman who's more problematic, because that white woman who's only using you as a fetish don't even see you as a human. You see what I'm saying? So these people need to, I don't know, man. I don't even know if there's a way that they'll ever learn, man. I mean, there was a pregnancy scare that happened with, was it Fresh or Fit, the one who had the pregnancy scare, and they was dragging his name all across the internet. And that goes to show you what kind of black men they are, because he was trying to get out of it.
Mm-hmm.
With as much money as
you
he
mean
had.
with that Asian lady, that Asian woman? Who was that?
Yes. That goes to show you what
fresh.
kind of black men they are.
That was fresh.
Yeah. So yeah, that goes to show you what kind of black men they are, because I mean, he should have been, if he's supposed to be talking about single moms or whatnot, then he should have been ready to marry that woman. And she recorded him and put his business all out there. So I don't even see how they still have a podcast, to be honest with you.
I really don't. And the only people who watch it are incels and stuff like that. These people don't really give no good advice. These people are not really solid. These people can't, the conversation that me and you are having, these people don't have. And their platforms are several times bigger than mine, but these people can't have an intellectual conversation. Like the same conversation, they're several times bigger. And now, if I said something about him, he would say, "Oh, my platform's way bigger than yours." Yet people here actually respect what I have to say beyond just being entertaining. People only listen to Myron, Fresh and Fit, and whatever the remnants of, because they don't really exist anymore, the manosphere necessarily, out of just being entertained. It's like they want to watch something hateful. They want to watch it's kind of like porn in a way. It's like they want to watch hate porn, and that's what Myron gives them. Myron makes the incels upset, and it's kind of like exciting to. It's a very weird thing. It's a very weird thing that they got going on over there.
Yeah, because you got to think that for them to actually have the audience that they have, that means there's a lot of lanes in this world. Because I mean, people like you and I, we ain't got time to be sitting on the internet day and night arguing back and forth and creating content. These people are sitting here day and night, in the middle of the daytime listening to that nonsense. So I'm sitting here like, okay, so we can't gauge black women or black men by what we see on the internet, because if they're sitting on the internet for all that time, that's telling you that they have nothing going on in the outside world. You see what I'm saying? So they don't have anything going. I mean, they go there on a Saturday night to talk about black women. Like, dude, if you're young, get out, log off the internet, go out on the town, you know what I'm saying, and get you a woman. And they talk about black women hitting their wall and whatnot, but like, dude, if you're over 40 as a man, you already hit the daggone wall. Those days of talking about dating advice are long gone now. If you ain't got it by now, you never will.
Yeah, that's true. If some people just ain't got it, some people never gonna get it. Some people ain't got it,
right?
And they ain't never gonna get it. And Myron is not helping nobody. Myron's not saying nothing that people who are not smarter than him, more balanced, more fair, more articulate have already said. Myron just really regurgitates stereotypes, hateful, harmful stereotypes, and in the guise of, or tries to cover it up with, quote unquote, holding black women accountable or black people accountable or whatever. Or, that's what he does. He regurgitates stereotypes. That's all. But you don't see any dating advice from him. Nobody ever goes to Myron and be all like, "Hey, man, you really helped me in my relationship." People don't do that. People can't do that.
You know what I challenge them to do? If they say they holding black people accountable, then with as much money as they're making, instead of going to those college campuses and turning their webcams on, why don't they go out to the communities that they talk about? They got the money, they got the platforms. I mean, why don't they go out into the communities and talk to those people that they're talking about? It's kind of like when I met Black Alpha and Marcel Dixon in Colombia. I felt like I was meeting celebrities. You see what I'm saying? I see them all the time, and I see you on the internet, and it's like, if I was to meet you face to face, I'm gonna show you nothing but love. You feel what I'm saying? Because like, these people with a platform, you become of a celebrity type status. And what they could do, if they really wanted to be profitable, instead of selling hate, they could sell love. But they refuse to do that. You see what I'm saying? And I mean, if my platform was as big as theirs, I would actually be out in the community talk. Well, I do that anyway, but I would take my platform out to the community that I'm talking about and talk to these people.
Mm-hmm. Let me tell you, instead of being a grown man, I don't know how Myron is like 40 something, if I'm not mistaken. I don't know how old Myron is exactly. I know he's in his 40s, right? Instead of being a grown man going to a college campus and trying to rage bait a bunch of 18-year-olds, this man is making videos pridefully bragging about going to a college campus, and there are people who are just turning 18, 19 years old, and you're trolling them. You is to a degree, you're old enough to be some of these people's father, and you're sitting up there trolling them. That's like, brother, you and me sitting up there going to a middle school trolling the middle schoolers and talk about how much smarter we are than them. That's what he's doing. That's what he's reduced himself to now.
He's trying to follow that Charlie Kirk model.
Yeah.
he's trying to follow that Charlie Kirk model, because Charlie Kirk has got, and the thing is, I don't know what these neoconservatives are going to do in 4 years when Trump's done left the office, when the next politician that's up there, because politics is going to get boring again after Donald Trump. And the only reason that people are talking about politics now, or these neoconservatives are coming out claiming to be conservatives, is because they're chasing Donald Trump's fanfare. So all that, I think, is going to die off when Donald Trump leaves the office. And the reason I say that is because politics is going to be boring again. If we end up, let's say, with Jeb Bush, nobody's going to be driving around with Jeb Bush flags on their trucks. Nobody's going to be wearing Jeb Bush gear on their podcast. You see what I'm saying? Trying to bring in some like-minded people. I can't wait for politics to get boring again, because, I've been a conservative since 1996, right? So I don't know what this new age of conservatism is, where people are actually, it's not the Republican Party anymore, it's the Donald Trump Party. And a lot of these people are selling themselves on the internet for being a part of the Donald Trump Party. So when this whole fanfare fades away, you're going to see those podcasts fade away as well.
Yeah, that's true. Yeah, that's true. Because Donald Trump, regardless of love him or hate him, what we can all agree on is Donald Trump is good for ratings. Okay, that's not necessarily saying that's a good or a bad thing, but he is good for ratings. When this term is up,
right,
and there's somebody else who's going to be in, I don't care who it is, whether it's JD Vance, I don't care whatever Republican or Democrat it is, who it is, there ain't gonna be nobody who's better for ratings than Donald Trump. So that means the podcast and the debates and stuff like that are going to become much less interesting. People are going to lose interest. It's not going to be the same. You're 100% right about that.
Right. So my thing is, whenever we get to talking, with good political decorum again, all of this college campus touring, the trying to own the lips and all that other mess, that's going to fade away with the wind. You know what I'm saying? So let them enjoy their little 3.5 years they got to go with Donald Trump, and then we're gonna watch them at the end of 4 years scramble trying to find a new grift. I mean, it's just not gonna work anymore, because this younger generation is not into all of that black woman hating nonsense. A lot of these black men are connected more with their moms, so they're not gonna sit back and listen to another black man talk trash about black women. So hopefully, we can get back on track in the 3.5 years. This whole fanfare is just going to fade away.
Yeah, hopefully. I hope.
But I appreciate you having me on tonight, Afro Elite. I got to get my butt to bed. It's 12:35 over here on the East Coast.
Yeah, brother. I appreciate your call, Ricky. I appreciate you. Thank you.
All right, take care.
All right, you too. All right. I think that was a good call to end it. Yeah, that was a pretty good call to end it, in my opinion, if I say so. If I do say so myself. We had some pretty good calls, and I appreciate it. Didn't expect to be on for 4 hours, though. God, I can't remember the last time I was on for 4 hours. Y'all got me on here for 4 hours. Oh, man, I did not expect that. But we had a really good night. For everybody doing third shift, everybody doing overnight and everything like that. Damn, we got you through a quarter of your shift. Yeah, we got you through a quarter of your shift. You guys have something you guys can go to sleep to and then wake up on your commute to work. You guys can go listen back to this. This was good. This was good. Let me see if there's any more super chats I got to acknowledge. Let me think. Let me get to FBA. Justice says Anton Daniels and Tatum are happy to put FBA in harm's way by feeding into white supremacist stereotypes, but it won't end well for the likes of Sambos like them. No, it won't. No, it won't. Okay, what they're doing. First off, let me tell you something. A real man There is not a real man, a real man with any bit of dignity whatsoever, okay, would ever condone and justify an innocent child being victimized because of their race. Would never happen. Not only condone that, but you would promote the person who victimized a child, you would promote them to be rewarded. You would promote them in society, rewarding somebody who unapologetically victimized an autistic, damn near baby. It's 5 years old. Damn near a baby, an autistic child, by the way. And you would promote that. You lose any bit of humanity. You lose any dignity whatsoever. Tatum is not a dignified person at all. Like Torian said, if he's a human-ish thing. Him, Anton, any person who could sit here and insanely say or try not because what they're saying is, well, we're not justifying it. We're just trying to tell you why she did it. No, you're not. You're trying to rationalize in a subtle way, give her a pass, because none of these people came out and fully condemned what she did. Not Steven Crowderd, not Matt Walsh, not Anton Daniels, not Tatum, not Myron Gaines, not none of these people just flat out condoned what she did. All of these people did was they said stuff like, well, I don't approve or I don't agree. They try to downplay it and then immediately flip the script back onto black people. Every time they did it, they was all like, you know what? I mean, I don't agree. And then immediately they flip the script and try to blame black people for something. That's what they've all done. Immediately try to justify what she did by blaming black people for high crime rates or whatever the hell, or Carmelo Anthony or something like that. None of these people are real men. None of them. None of these people damn near are really human beings who deserve to live in the society we live in. Let me get to the other super chat from Dominique. Thank you, Dominique. She says, I appreciate your work, King AE. I like that, King AE. Keep up the great work, as well as others in the new black media. Well, definitely, and I appreciate your support, sister. Thank you so very much. Thank you so very much for that. I had a it wasn't a Cash App, it was a what do they call those other things? A PayPal. Shout out to PayPal. I don't get a lot of PayPals, so shout out to PayPal. Shout out to who sends something on PayPal. Let me see who that was on PayPal. Oh, it's not coming up for whatever reason. Oh, no, it is. Here it is. Shout out to Walib Abdul for the PayPal. Thank you so very much. I appreciate you. Thank you. Now, family, we've been on here for close to 4.5 hours. All right. And I appreciate every single last one of y'all for being here with us. It's been, I told y'all it was going to be loaded. It even exceeded my expectations, but that's good. And I appreciate y'all. If you guys have not gotten the notifications or don't get the notifications, you guys can be following me on my various social media pages. Okay. The link is in the description. Also, it would be very important for the channel and the growth of the channel if you guys hit that like button. Also hitting that subscribe button, making sure that you guys are subscribed. If you guys are new to the channel, you guys definitely want to make sure that you're subscribed so you keep seeing content come up on your timeline. Make sure that you guys do that and hit your notification bell, because that helps the algorithm, it helps the channel, and it helps you make sure that you don't miss out on anything. So I appreciate you all for that. All right. Thank you. Now, with that being said, black first to every single last one of you all. Thank you all for watching, my brothers and sisters. I appreciate you all, and you all stay blessed.